All right, welcome here live from AMR Motorplex. We are on the racetrack right now with our Micro Swift main event. Alessandro Truccio and Benja Fernandez out to the early lead here. Clean start. We only lost one or two drivers in turn number one. Travis Pettit with a good start as well. Moves into third, although I think he just got passed by Rocco Simone. So we'll check that in here as we are underway, coming to complete lap number one. My name is Xander Clements on the mic here with SKUSA's lead announcer Rob Howden, who will be taking over the reins here as we come to complete lap number one.
Yeah, indeed. Really good start for Alessandro Truccio, trying to back up that big win yesterday. He stretched out to a pretty dominant victory in the pre-final, so probably expecting more of the same, although Benja Fernandez and Rocco Simone looked like they were challengers for second, third, and the other positions within the top 10. We'll see whether or not they have what it takes to turn it up a little bit and stay with Truccio. And the key will be to get with him immediately. You can't let him get out to that 1 to 2 second advantage. You got to stay with him, get in that draft. And so far, Benja Fernandez only back by about 2 or 3 kart lengths. Simone into the third spot, Travis Pettit fourth, and Julian Rivera, your early top 5 here. Just the first lap into what will be a 20-lap main event. And again, we say hello to those of you who've tuned in on the premium subscription package here on Kart Racer. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clements, as he had said, Kart Chaser. I said it again. I got to write it down somewhere.
It's all good. We got it here, Rob. You've been around more than enough, done more than your time. You definitely have a few mistakes you've earned and mulligans, that's all good. But, hey, it's a new thing, too, right? First time here with it. First time also doing a whole lot of interviews trackside. We've got our Jenna Tommy, another first-timer. She is down on the grid with our Alessandro Tullio, race winner from X30 Seniors Pre-Final.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Alessandro Tullio for the second time because this kid just can't stop winning. Alessandro, tell me about your pre-final.
It was tough at the beginning. We went on low tire pressure, so yeah, it was all a battle. But then once I was able to make a pass into turn one, on I don't know what lap, honestly. Yeah, I built a bit of a gap, and I just maintained it the whole race.
Awesome. Can you describe to me what it takes to be fast at this track? This is your home track. You're doing awesome here. What's setting you apart from the other drivers?
I mean, honestly, I haven't had much testing, like I said yesterday, with the new curves and new track, because it really does change the track a lot. I just try to not overheat the tires, not push too much in the beginning, try to save everything towards the end since it's a really long race.
What's your strategy in the final?
I mean, I would say pull away, but it's easy to say, but yeah, that's the goal. Try to pull away. If not, if it's a battle, I mean, try to battle smart and keep a cool head and yeah, go for the win.
Thanks, Alessandro. Back to you in the booth, Xander.
Thank you, Jenna here. Great work there. And we had one pass just happen in the top right corner of your screen in the Micro Swift division. That was Rocco Simone able to get by Benja Fernandez for P2. We were able to keep that on the screen here as Alessandro Truccio, his lead not as quickly growing as we've seen in the earlier sessions this weekend. Only about 7/10 here with 3 laps complete.
One of the issues there, of course, though, is the fact that Truccio, he throws down the purple lap just as Simone goes by Fernandez, so they both go a little bit slower because of the pass. Now we're up to that full second. This is Simone's turn to try to lead now to see if they can't reel back in Fernandez, back in Truccio. Simone and Fernandez have to work together here right now, Xander, or they're bottom line going to be racing for P2.
Yeah, and at least the good part for Rocco Simone, he's been able to use Alessandro Truccio data as a benchmark. He's a fellow Paralympic Racing USA driver, so for Rocco Simone, he's able to get the fastest drivers, lap times, onboard video, all of that here this weekend, and use that and continue to try and work on his own game to improve it. And we can see it, Benja Fernandez, the Kart Republic under the Trinity Karting Group banner, scored a podium yesterday, but he doesn't have that same access to the data and footage that Simone does. So Simone to have the biggest jump in performance over the top 3 over the last couple days makes sense.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a huge surprise, right? Able to overlay all that data, sit down, because I know the guys at Paralympic USA, Yannick Roland and the whole crew, they work very diligently on driver development, going over that data. And to have all that information from Truccio is going to help Simone. And not surprising, look at everybody in the top 7 here, all turning their fastest lap here on lap number 5. Quarter of the way through, a 1.1 second lead for Truccio. But I'll give Truccio this. You've watched his lap times, how consistent he is. Xander, you called a lot of his races last year as well. This is his turn to shine, right? He can step up. It's a track that he knows really well, as you have documented it many times. This is a place for him to be able to say, okay, I'm ready to challenge for a championship here, and I'm going to do that by running up front.
Yes, definitely here. As they come down the backstretch, you can see they're doing exactly like you said, Rob. Benja Fernandez trying to help Rocco Simone and close in on Alessandro Truscio. As of last time by, though, so far unsuccessful. 53.628 for Truscio, 53.780 for Rocco Simone. Truscio continuing to pull away, on track for a perfect weekend. Pole today, pole yesterday, led every lap of both pre-finals. He's led every lap of yesterday's main and every lap so far of today's main.
Yeah, it's all working right now. First category for our main events, and Alessandro Truscio looking to go perfect, to go back-to-back jacks on race wins, and he's stretching away right now. Not a lot, not like he did yesterday, but just a tenth or two at a time. 53.5 his best lap, just did a 53.6. If you're his mechanic and you come off there and you see that the Micron having those 52.5, 53.5, 53.6s, you get the consistency of a tenth of a second, you're going to be really happy. He looks so good coming through turn number 12. The drivers there in second and third, Simone and Fernandez, doing whatever they can to chase him down. And in fact, Simone even turning his best lap, but it ends up being a tenth off. That gap just slowly expanding for Alessandro Truscio.
Yeah, slowly expanding here indeed. At 1.4 seconds almost as of last time by, and he's very consistent. Last time by was only 400s off the pace of his lap previously, his best lap overall on lap number 5. So for Alessandro Truscio, big time kudos, and you can tell here how comfortable he feels right now in that number 17 parallel. He's not pushing the limits. He is right on exactly where he needs to be, the fastest he can go, but at the same time, of course, he is just being super, super consistent.
Looking further back in the field, good jump up here for Ashton Woon. Started 15th. He's worked his way up into the top 10. Woon goes to the 8th spot. Same goes with Mateus Ramalho. Xander started all the way back in 19th position. He's now up into the top 10. And Truscio just goes purple once again. 53.542. Another 53.5 for Truscio.
Indeed. Up another couple spots is the RPG Cosmic driver of Jackson Gibson. The number 11 out of the Pacific Northwest. He's made up a few positions, and he's working on one more up ahead of him. That is Julian Rivera. As we've got one off the racetrack. I think that was a tail-end driver. I don't believe our top 3 were involved. And, one possibly attacking the barrier over here by turn at number 12. Nonetheless, though, we stay clean and green here, and we watch this battle with Gibson closing into Rivera. 3 drivers here together, 4th, 5th, and 6th currently on your screen. A little bit of a gap back behind them. That is Ashton Woon. You can see just barely coming into frame. As we go back up front here with Alessandro Truscio, there's your battle again down the backstretch with Gibson and Moore in tow, headed for turn number 12 out of the final corner. Let's run through the top 10 here as we got more of them updated. That is Daniel Lorente, just ahead of Ashton Woon. Travis Pettit. That might be, I don't know what's happened to Travis Pettit. Maybe that was an update there. P11, because I believe it was Lorente, then Ashton Woon. So, yeah, just a little update with Race Hero and the timing monitor.
And the driver that went out that you had mentioned over in turn number 4, Xander, was the 93 of Justin DeLucia out in turn number 4. A couple laps in, with 7 laps in for DeLucia out over there in turn number 4, as we said. So, tough one for him. Tough way to end off your winter series, but again, lots of opportunities to do it again throughout the 2022 season. We'll be back here again for the SuperKarts USA Winter Series finale, rounds 3 and 4 in February, and we'll see whether or not Alessandro Truscio can keep things up, because he's looking right at a sweep of the weekend as we are closing in on that, right at the halfway point this time by. 10 to get down, 10 to go, 1.4 seconds, and another strong lap, a lap ago for Truscio, 53.542. 54.4, backed off about a second there. Not sure what happened on that lap. Still quicker than the drivers behind him, though.
Yeah, all 3. I think what happened here is we had a little bit of sprinkles come down from the sky. There's still some dark clouds looming over turn number 11, and it looked like everybody slowed down about a second that time by across the board. We just saw also a pass on your screen. Julian Rivera's been dropped again, this time by Ashton Woon there in 5. He's down to 7th because Jackson Gibson went by in 1, was able to bring Daniel Lorente with him. And here comes Ashton Woon up in number of positions, already up 9. He's about to be up 11 if he can get there here with your leader coming around the final turn. It's the shower doesn't seem like it's coming, but just enough to slick the racetrack off.
How dark it is over top of the speedway right now, too, no doubt about it. We're getting another cell, getting a little bit close. Here's a good fight here. This is the number 11, Jackson Gibson, right behind Daniel Lorente. We got a good fight here. Lorente, Gibson, and Ashton Woon. That is 4th, 5th, and 6th as they work their way out of 3 back over to 4, and Lorente, who started 7th, has worked his way forward. Gibson kind of come through with him as well all the way. Ashton Woon getting by Gibson there, so move Ashton Woon now into the 5th spot in the Nitro. Driver out of Scottsdale, Arizona, now into the top 5. Woon starting in 15th. He's 10 positions up into 5th spot. And Woon now getting ready to go to work here as well on Daniel Lorente. What a great run for Ashton Woon.
Yeah, great run for Ashton Woon here, closing in on Lorente. Half a cart back down the backstretch, as you can see. Looking inside, turn 12, got him, and that's another one. Ashton Woon moves into the top 5. Or further into the top 5, I should say, there as he defends for 4th to turn 1.
Yeah, how good was that pass? That's a really good run, using the draft down the straightaway, getting to the inside. Enough on the inside that Lorente knew he was there, cleared him through nicely, didn't have to use any of the exit curbing at all. Ashton Woon, one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack, and has worked his way all the way from 15th up into the 4th spot. Hard charger so far, I think, for Ashton Woon. P4. He's 6.1 seconds behind Benja Fernandez. This is pretty much as far as Ashton Woon's going to get, although Fernandez has dropped off from Simone as well. So really top 3, top 4 look like they're pretty much locked and loaded with just 8 laps to go.
Yes, sir. Here, 8 laps to go. Make it 7. True show across the line, 53.836. So time's kind of closing back to where they were before the gap, as we've got another battle on screen here. This is a number of the Bennick entries. That is going to be the number 21 of Jackson Porter, up 10 positions into the top 10 from 17th. Cameron Marsha up a few. Jackson Gibson's been dropped back to 9th in all the shuffling in that massive group led by Ashton Woon. That group goes all the way back to Gibson there in the 9th spot, so about 6 drivers deep. With Gibson in the RPG Cosmic, and in between them, Cameron Marsha in the number 14.
Yeah, we didn't see what happened to Jackson Gibson, who was up fighting for a position in the top 5. A little bit of an issue, and he got shuffled back a little bit. So Gibson going back all the way to 9th spot, started 8th, but he was running up as high as 5th at one point. Otherwise, top 10 capped off by Drew Waltz. He's up 10 positions as well. Drew started 20th, now into the top 10. He's quite a ways back, as Xander said. The gap from essentially Woon back to Jackson Gibson is really only about 2 or 3 seconds. We've got some good racing, though, further into that group. The 34, the 21 going at the 34 of Julian Rivera, the 21 of Jackson Porter. That's the fight right now for, I believe, 6th and 7th. This is some good racing just outside the top 5. Look at these guys going at it. There's the 21. That's Jackson Porter. He's able to get through on the Bennick. So Porter gets another spot. He may be in the 6th position now, maybe even further forward. Jackson Porter having a good, right behind him, Julian Rivera in the number 34. The Kart Republic, I believe, for Rivera. And they're through the infield part of this racetrack now. Wind whistling up a bit here trackside. You can see the flags of Aaron Likens getting affected by that wind. David Cole sliding in here as well, saying we are getting another sprinkle potentially on the racetrack here. So those of you tuning in to Kart Chaser are going to enjoy what could be some evolving conditions. Xander, you had a chance to go outside the booth here. What are we looking at?
Man, Rob, I don't know. You look 4 different ways. You got 4 different outcomes right now. We've got 4 different skylines. One looks great. One looks a little bit iffy. One looks just standard overcast, and one looks scary.
Okay.
So it's Florida. That's about what happens when you look outside. You just bring a little bit of everything. As we see a pass there in turn 5, that is Marsha. Yeah, nice move.
I like that one, Xander. But then, you know what, though? Went a little too wide on the inside. Look at this over-under. These guys are going back and forth. The 34, not giving it up. Julian Rivera and Marsha in the middle of a scrap here right now for P6. And they call that 6th, 7th, 8th. Let that scandal even farther back. 9th. Yeah, that's 4 drivers battling it out, 6th through 9th. Here comes Marsha again. Going to go down the inside of turn number 12. But can he hold it? No, the over-under from Julian.
And that's always one of the scariest parts of passing in a pack in turn number 12. You can see that in micro up to senior, because you end up on the outside if they cross you up, and they've got a whole straightaway to freight train you to turn 1. And turn 1, you can't really hang it around the outside. You have to back off, and you just let them all go. It's like opening the door to a party, and someone shows up with like 5 people you didn't expect. It's okay, come on in, another one, okay. all right, finally I found a gap, you know.
That's exactly what just happened there. Jackson Gibson had worked his way through, but he had a bit of trouble coming through 4. Jackson, the number 11 Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic, up and over the exit curb on the outside of turn number 4. That dropped him back a little bit and away from this group. Here comes Truchot across the line again as the laps are winding down for Alessandro Truchot. Let's go back again to this fight here that we just saw before. This is a good one to watch because they're really going at it right now.
Looks like Rivera at the front of it, Lorente, and then Marcia.
And then you'll just see Gibson coming in the 11 there. Had some trouble in 4, like I said, fell into that group. But they're going after Julian here right now. Lorente's trying to get back in. And again, Julian Rivera in the number 34 holding on to P6. But a lot of work to be done still to go here with 3 laps remaining.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit of work here as they head into turn number 5. Oh, a little contact back and forth. Lorente got in a bit too deep and nearly lost the spot to Marcia. But again, what a great battle. These kids are putting on a heck of a show here at the outside edge of your top 10. It's coming to a close, though. Double sticks will come this time. You can see that just off the edge of your screen. Head flagman Aaron Likens throwing them up. 2 to go here with Alessandro Truchot out front, and this battle going to come down to the wire.
You really couldn't ask for much more of a weekend for Alessandro Truchot, looking to go perfect here with just a couple more laps. But we got ourselves a really good battle here right now for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Looks to me like Marcia trying to go down the inside, lost a bit there. Probably not a good move to the bottom of the racetrack. Didn't get the run out of that turn 1 corner. That's going to give more room here for Julian Rivera and Daniel Lorente to go at it. But somehow Marcia gets right back up on him again. Marcia right there, some contact as well with Lorente. They'll separate coming down into turn number 5. It's still Julian Rivera in the 34 with the position. This is 6th, 7th, and 8th. Let's go back to Truchot. Here is Truchot here. White flag flying for Alessandro Truchot. Parolin USA looking to cap off a tremendous run. Wind picking up in a big way here trackside.
Yeah, I felt a few sprinkles there. A couple raindrops here in these final few laps. It got a little bit darker. Some clouds are moving in here over the micro slip drivers. We've got that battle for the top 10, and we've got craziness going on with our canopies over here. We're going to try and get them, make sure they're tied down, and work on those while Alessandro Truchot works his way around the final section of the race here in Micro Swift. Truchot, your leader, headed out of turn number 7 and 8 over to 9. The battle on the top right-hand corner of your screen has ballooned now. It is nearly 10 drivers deep with the rain. And as they work their way around, final time down the backstretch, Rob.
Yeah, we're holding on to the easy up here, folks. Down the back straightaway comes Alessandro Truchot through the final lap of the corner. He's working his way through here. And Truchot, back-to-back jacks as he wins it. Great run for Alessandro Truchot in the Micro Swift category. He comes through to take the win. A perfect weekend for Truchot. Rocco Simone ends up in second. Benja Fernandez in the 3rd spot. Ashton Woon 4th. Jackson Porter up 12 spots to go to 5th. Lorente and Marcia and Rivera all fall back. An exciting final lap for those drivers. But again, Alessandro Truchot, super impressive to be able to get things done here. Truchot with the victory. 3.442 seconds, the margin between 1st and 2nd. Rocco Simone ends up in 2nd, as I said. Let's go through the entire top 10. Benja Fernandez in 3rd. Ashton Woon 4th. Jackson Porter in the 5th spot. 6th position is Lorente. 7th goes to Cameron Marcia. In 8th, Julian Rivera. 9th, Drew Waltz. And 10th is Jackson Gibson. What a final for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. That's category again brought to you by Trinity Karting Group. Truchot made it look pretty easy. Fast lap of the race back midway through, a 53.542 for Truchot. 3.442 seconds, the margin. A victory over Rocco Simone, who was able to extend himself from Benja Fernandez pretty quickly. We had a really good battle in the last laps there between Lorente, Marcia, and Rivera. They end up getting together, I believe, allowing Jackson Porter an opportunity to get together. Lorente actually gets to 6th, Marcia 7th, and Rivera falling back into the 8th spot. Drew Waltz in the 9th position. Again, as I said, Jackson Gibson holding on there for 10th. Biggest movers on the order, Ashton Woon and Jackson Porter up 11 and 12 spots respectively. Mateus Ramalho up 6 spots as well. Kai Mars started back in 30th. Kai getting up into the 19th position. So overall, a pretty good run there for Kai Mars as well. And again, we continue to try to dial things in here with the booth for Kart Chaser. The guys going to work here, getting our tent put back together. We had a big gust of wind come in and ripping the top of our Easy Up off. But nonetheless, the racing continues here trackside. And again, the weather, we talked about it coming in a little bit here more aggressively trackside. So, folks, yeah, we're getting a good look at it here now. The boys are trying to get this thing back together. And, caught us off guard a little bit. Have a look at what we got still coming here. KA100 Junior is going to be up next. Caleb Gaffera and Austin Jers on the front row there. We'll follow with KA100 Senior. Mini Swift to follow after that. Pro Shifter and Master Shifter. Then we'll go run through the X30 Junior categories with X30 Junior, X30 Master, and X30 Senior. Weather starting to hit a little bit here trackside, as we said. And again, Kart Chaser crew doing what we can to get the studio put back together. Couldn't ask for much more out of the opening run of this main event rotation with the Micro Swift drivers putting on a tremendous show for us. And again, we'll see the drivers come out here in the KA100 Junior category here momentarily. Let's have a quick look at the grid as we know they'll be rolling here momentarily. Caleb Gaffera starting on the pole alongside Austin Jers. Row number 2, we'll see Max Schweid and Valentino Garbarino. On row number 3, it'll be Stephen Miller and Adam Brickley, while Luke Welcome, a winner from last year, starting in the 7th spot alongside Ernesto Pavlovich. Max Taylor and Reagan Seville will be on row number 5. Patrick Ronveau and Anthony Rivera on row 6. Christian Chiano in the 824 starting in the 13th spot alongside Mateo Naranjo, while Santiago Durain and Jake Giordano will be on row number 8. Sprinkles starting to come trackside here, and this weather has just not changed. It has been up and down throughout the day. Row 9, Asia Torres Jr. and Ethan Goulart. Row 10, Sebastian Newberg and Chris Aiken. And capping off the field of 21 drivers in KA100, it will be Gabriel DaCosta. So KA100 Junior drivers getting ready to head to the racetrack here momentarily. Engines have fired up on pit lane. I can hear that now. So Caleb Gaffera starting on pole like Alessandro Truchot, a winner yesterday. Can he follow suit and get his second win? So drivers working their way out onto the racetrack as we get ready to go here. Rain has hit the track here pretty aggressively now. Yeah, it's indeed raining here trackside. As Xander had said when he went out to do a quick weather forecast, a lot of different options. Well, the weather has decided to head towards the it's going to rain. So right now, drivers onto the racetrack here. I don't know whether or not they pulled out here on slicks or on wets. I'm assuming likely on slicks. The rain is falling. We'll find out what the call will be from Superkarts USA. Everyone getting themselves set up in the rain gear. Field is working its way down. Oh, we're definitely getting the rain coming in here now. Our crew working away there, trying to get things dialed in. Here we go for the start. Drivers in position. I think we're going racing. We are. Green, green, green into turn number 1. Caleb Gaffera holding on to the top spot so far here. Number of drivers getting together on the exit of the corner. The 855 and the 830, the drivers involved there. So just getting things going here now. Track conditions are going to start to be affected here most definitely as the rain just kind of starting to fall a little bit here. 804 Garbarino making the spot. But right now, there's Gaffera in the 820, and then Austin Jers right behind them. Again, these drivers all having to get a feel for the limits because they're going to keep changing every lap, every corner. The more the rain comes down, the more these drivers will have to handle it. And indeed, even though you're on slicks, slow down a little bit. It's all about handling the changing conditions. What do you have available? Yellow flag flying here right now, I believe, in one of the corners. No, we're still racing. We are lean and green. Let's see if we can make it through here. Turn number 12. Everybody getting a smooth feel coming through turn number 12. Gaffera will lead the opening circuit here, I believe, coming across the line. Indeed, he does. Austin Jers into second. Valentino Garbarino in third. So we're definitely challenging our drivers here. Gaffera doing a pretty good job so far out front. He and Jers have stretched away. Garbarino into that third spot. Right behind him, I believe, Stephen Miller in the number 873. Yeah, the 873 of Miller now goes into third. He gets by Garbarino. Adam Brickley going to work as well, trying to find places on this racetrack to have grip. It is definitely a wet racetrack right now, and I love seeing the drivers trying to handle this here now. All of these guys, of course, working hard to try to be able to have a kart that was going to be good in the dry weather. That's what you do all the work for. You're trying to make the thing work, but then you throw something like this into it where it's totally wide open. None of these karts are going to have anything close to a rain setup on. They're on slick tires. They're out there trying to get a feel for this racetrack. Stay away from the paint. Stay away from the curving. Anywhere where you would normally go for a fast lap is probably going to be super slick, so you're going to run the outside of the racetrack. They're going to test whether or not they can potentially run the race line. But when you lay rubber down on the race line, it does not interact with the rain, and it makes it super slick. This is Garbarino going at it with Brickley now, I think, for the fourth and fifth positions. Oh, there's a driver goes way off. That was Garbarino. I think overcooked it. Garbarino overcooks it going into turn number 5. Austin Jers was closed up on Caleb Gaffera. Both those drivers trying to get a feel for the track out front. Gaffera in the 820, Jers in the 803. Two quick drivers yesterday as well. Remember, Gaffera got that race win. Jers finished second. He wants to go one more spot up the order. Booth repairs continuing here. Leaders coming out again. See them working through turn number 3 over to 4. Caleb Gaffera on the Rawlson Performance Group, Cosmic. Spent a lot of last year running over in Europe, did the CIK FIA Karting Academy as the representative for the U.S., ran a bunch of European events, WSK events as well. Look at Jers closing up here now, though. Austin Jers, again, trying to get some of that body weight to move over. Jers making a move, dives to the inside of turn number 9. Can he hold it? We'll see. Side by side, and no, Gaffera does the over-under, holds it back. You make that move to the inside, it's obviously a really abrupt turn to get back onto the racing line, and you'll see as soon as Jers went in there, he had to give it a bunch of wheel to try to get the thing to turn. And you can dive to the inside of one of these corners. Of course, you're going to push out. The more shallow the entry, the wider the exit needs to be to maintain the speed, especially in turn 1 where you end up going out on the curbing where it's going to be pretty slippery. So just 4 laps in to only a 22-lapper here. Jers being very patient. Gaffera trying to run the outside line. This is going to allow Stephen Miller to close up. Driver with a bit of local knowledge here. He knows this racetrack. So the home field advantage could come to play a little bit here for Stephen Miller. Look how close Miller's getting. That's P3. Gaffera trying a bunch of different race lines, and he loses the lead. There goes Jers. He'll go to P1. And in fact, Stephen Miller gets through as well, so move Gaffera back to 3rd. Tried to run that outside line. I don't know that you need to do it over in turn number 9 because you're just not going to be able to make the pass coming out of that corner. Jers tucked inside, got that position, held the spot. But move Stephen Miller now up into 2nd. Miller 2nd. Gaffera 3rd. Welcome now up into the 4th spot. Garbarino runs 5th. Naranjo in 6th. Schweid 7th. Plavovich 8th. Gouliart up 9 positions for Ethan Goulart. He goes from 18th to 9th. And Santiago Duran, who started 15th, now 10th. Naranjo with the biggest move inside the top 10. No, Goulart up 9. Naranjo up 8. Austin Jers now with the lead. Jers on the red speed. Trying to pull away, but half a second advantage for Jers now over Stephen Miller. Gaffera, who had led early, back in the third spot. Everyone's still trying to get a feel. Trying to get some more grip. I don't know that it's even raining anymore on the trackside. I'm underneath the easy up, so I can't tell you whether it's raining or not right now. Still raining, yep. Trevor saying it's still raining. So the moisture still coming down. The track not going to be able to dry at all. Look at Stephen Miller closing up here. Miller trying to get that car to bite. Chad Dockett Racing entry for Stephen Miller in the 873, starting to put some pressure on the leader, Austin Jers. Long way to go still. Only 6 laps into a 16-lapper. Jers, Miller, Gaffera, Welcome, and Garbarino. Top 5. Keeping exciting. For those of you tuning in here on Kart Chaser, great to have you with us here this weekend. Stephen Miller not giving up at all, getting right back into it. Trying to transition back into our correct booth spots here. Xander Clemens getting the, whew. Xander, listen, when you decided to do this deal, I don't think you expected to have this kind of weather. Listen, you actually spent a lot of time down here in Florida. You should have known this was coming.
I should have known. But hey, you know what? The SKUSA Winter Series, track record's actually been honestly pretty good. We really, I don't think have had anything besides maybe some rainy test days and like one hot rainy qualifying session. And then, the first year of Kart Chaser, year 5 of the Winter Series,
we'll throw everything at you.
Everything we got, but hey, it's good though. I mean, this is the first of 20+ weekends we're hoping to do this year. I mean, this was, I love Bar Rescue, the TV show. I mean, they do a stress test, right? And they fill the place up busier than it's ever been and ever will be. And that's kind of what we're having right now, a stress test.
I was going to say, I'm calling the session the entire Kart Chaser team having to come to the rescue. We had the top of the easy up ripped off. Everybody went to work. They had to get the thing back up over top of the pole. The pole's been jury rigged. You've got tie straps holding the pole back on. It was all hands on deck for Kart Chaser here, trackside folks. We now have a working easy up and shelter back into place. The booth is back where it needs to be. But man, that was a lot of work for you guys.
That was a lot. I mean, the good new thing is, Rob, I mean, we've got some really awesome people. This is an awesome team to be a part of, and I'm just lucky that we've got these awesome kids here, with us, helping all around. I mean, we got guys out on the racetrack standing out in the rain under canopies, and luckily their canopies seem to all be in good shape, so that's good news. But as we see there, a little challenge for position. Luke Welcome getting by on Caleb Gaffera, back to the on-track action. That's for second. And Stephen Miller still out front, although tiptoeing here as the rain continues to keep things slick for these kids.
So let's do a quick update. Stephen Miller has taken the lead while we were kind of talking about what happened here. I'm not sure what happened to Austin Jers. He ended up falling back to the 6th position. Then we had Mateo Naranjo going by Valentino Garbarino. So Naranjo made his move up into the 4th spot. Caleb Gaffera, who was 3rd, inherited 2nd back after the issue with Austin Jers, gets passed by Luke Welcome. So it's now Stephen Miller leading by 3.7 seconds. Luke Welcome into the 2nd spot. 3rd is Caleb Gaffera. 4th is Naranjo. And 5th is Garbarino. 6th is Austin Jers. 7th is Max Schweid. 8th is Pavlovich. And 9th is Ethan Goulart. And then we've got Santiago Duran rounding out the top 10. Interesting conditions. Xander, you came in about a half hour ago, maybe 20 minutes ago, and said it's clear over here, it's dark over here, it's dangerous or scary over here. I think we ended up with the dark, not so much the scary, but enough rain to really change things here for this particular run for KA100 Junior.
Definitely, and you can tell it's just a light enough rain that's going to keep things slick. I mean, the thing is, it's not really puddling anywhere. It's not enough. I don't know if you'd really want to go. Maybe you'd go rain tires now, I think, with a fully track being darker surface.
I wonder, yeah.
But it's borderline, right? Because
Agreed.
you know at any moment the sun comes out, 5 laps in, you got a dry racetrack. I mean, this is a tuner's nightmare is what this is.
That's exactly what it is, because you see it. You're seeing a bit of spray right now. That make them feel a little better potentially going for wets if you're in the KA 100 senior class. But again, what happens if the wind comes up, the dry line comes in? Somebody with those dry tires could come storming through the field, especially with a longer race. There's still 12 laps to go right now. We're not even to the halfway point of this one. Austin Jur's trying to dial things back in again. He looked very good up front. He's now trying to chase down Valentino Garbarino for 5th.
Yeah, Austin Jur's closing back in. Obviously owned the fastest lap. Looked good early. And Mateo Naranjo, big kudos to him for all the spots gained. Ethan Goulart up 10 spots. Santiago Duran's made up a number of positions as well. The only casualties we've had on this race, all things considered, was Adam Brickley and Adrian Torres Jr. So, surprisingly enough, all 19 out of 21 still running here at the halfway mark here with 11 in, 11 to go. And Stephen Miller looking for a first career national level victory here in KA Junior.
Rain starting to come down, I think, significantly more right now, so that's going to really change the mind of the guys trackside. Yeah, we're definitely getting rain coming down here now. Watch to make sure that the equipment's staying dry underneath the tent here right now.
Yeah, just a nice and good check right there. Yeah, we'll move, make sure that we're all set here. We'll just take a little adjustment here and there and keep on working with it, but it's no different than, again, the mad scramble these drivers are having to do on the racetrack right now. That was the pow.
Yep, that was me. Fine.
All right, looks like we are all back there. A little bit of tech difficulties as we were just battening down the hatches one more time because, again, it is really getting wet now. We were, right before we stopped talking to all of you, we weren't sure, how quickly it could dry. You could definitely tell it is a wet racetrack right now. The rain continuing to fall to slick it off, but I say that. Here comes the sun. It's starting to lighten up here a little bit again.
The rain is significant right now and steady. I will say this. These drivers are out here on slick tires. They're doing a tremendous job right now. A lot of times you'll see some race directors, club racing, whatever it may be, may elect to stop a race like this. But I think the drivers are doing a great job. You see Austin Jers continuing to try to catch up here to Garbarino. That's the fight now for the top 5. Stephen Miller, though, has done a great job out front. 3.5 seconds leading here. The driver of the number 873. Now, educate me a little bit, Xander. Stephen Miller, driver with a lot of seat time here. Is he a local Florida driver?
A good bit. He is a Florida driver, lives over in Tampa, so Anderson Race Park home track. Under the Chad Dawkins Racing Florida-based team. And, yeah, a lot of track time. He runs the state series, runs a handful of club races here from time to time. So definitely a lot of laps around AMR Motorplex. And cool to see here, but not, like you mentioned, he's not well known yet on the national scene. This is a definite great gateway in there, and we were talking too about how the U.S. drivers don't get a lot of race weekends like this with constantly changing track conditions. Well, Here we go. This is, I mean, you talk about leaving them on the racetrack, the driver development, all these kids are going to come out of here is going to be huge.
I agree with you. A chance to be able to run in conditions like this, and Stephen Miller's been impressive. And I like the fact that you compare the fact that he's looked really good here in tough conditions in the wet. But he set a couple of purple laps throughout this week as well. He was fast in the dry, too. So Stephen Miller with Chad Dockett Racing doing a really tremendous job here today. It's a 3.3-second lead over Luke Welcome. You go back another 2.5 seconds to Caleb Gaffera, another 2.5 seconds. Then to that battle essentially between Garbarino and Austin Jers. That's for the final position. Actually, it's 4th and 5th right now because Mateo Naranjo had an issue and he has fallen back into 6th. I will say, an issue is only a little bit of wheel spin away. All right, yeah. You've driven in the wet. I've driven in the wet. The cart gets away from you so quickly. If you're on an off-camber corner, you're a little too early on the brakes or on the gas. Touch the brake a little too much, it can snap steers so quick.
Oh, so quickly. And, again, that's just why it's so impressive that Stephen Miller is continuing to have the pace that he is right now and really be right on par with everybody else on the racetrack. Luke Welcome was a little bit quicker last time by about a couple tenths of a second. So he's an outside shot of being able to run him down. The closest guy to him, of course, at about 3 seconds back. But, I mean, you can see how busy Stephen Miller is behind the wheel right now. His hands back and forth, sideways half the time around the racetrack here especially through turns 7 and 8. That was a great view through the side of the cart.
7 laps to go. It'll be 6 laps to go. And that last time by, Austin Jers was the fastest driver, a 106.5, about a half a second quicker than Miller. He was able to get by Garbarino, so Austin Jers back up into the 4th position, almost a full second faster than Caleb Gaffera, and he is trying to reel him in now. There is Miller down into turn number 1. Luke Welcome closed in. Yeah, Austin Jers is definitely closing up on Caleb Gaffera, quicker again by 1.3 seconds. Jers significantly faster than Caleb Gaffera.
Yeah, quite a bit faster. So as, again, we wait to see here. There goes Stephen Miller out of turn number 4, 3 seconds back at the edge of your screen. That was Luke Welcome. Gaffera not too far back. We'll see if we can get a shot there on that in just a moment. So, again, Stephen Miller, your leader. Well, we've got a battle looming for the 3rd spot. As Jers is closed in here, he's was only a couple of kart lengths away from Gaffera as of last time by.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the battle here. You're going to have them quick little run through there. You saw them kind of shoot through the screen. But that's definitely going to be a fight between Gaffera and Jers before it's all over. Austin putting very good lap times. He was about 8 tenths quicker than the leader last time by for Jers. I would say the way things are playing out here right now, he could even get Luke Welcome. He's that much quicker. From Luke Welcome, only 4 tenths, but he was 6 tenths quicker than Miller. This is interesting to see the lap times. A 107.3 for Miller, 106.9 for Welcome, so he was 4 tenths quicker with 5 laps to go. 107.3 for Gaffera and a 107.1 for Jers. Not able to get down to that low 106 that he did before. He gained another tenth of a second. 4 tenths back is Jers of Gaffera, and there's the 8:44 out of this race here as well. So Ernesto Pavlovich, Xander out of the race here with just 4 to go.
Yeah, unfortunate for Ernesto to not be able to finish here. There is Stephen Miller back on your screen, though, your race leader, headed out of the hairpin into turns number 7 and 8. And again, you just see how slick it is through there. It looks a little more controlled this time. Last time by, the kart looked a lot more out of control for him, but looks a little more controlled and collected here this time on through the carousel. So we'll watch him work his way through turns 10 and 11 and down the back once again, this time 4 laps to go. That gap back to Welcome has come down also. Welcome's only 2.2 seconds back, was 3 seconds back a couple laps ago. Last time by, another 4 tenths chipped off the lead. And Miller knows it. He took another quick look over the shoulder last time by, down the start-finish line straight away.
Oh, it's less than 2 seconds now, 3 tenths of a second out with 4 to go. I think that Miller's got enough room because he's back by about 3-4 tenths of a second a lap, but he's a full 2 seconds out. Welcome's most definitely coming, and he's the fastest driver in the top 5 right now. Luke Welcome in the 8:48. And when you can smell the lead, you start pushing a little bit harder. I'll tell you this, these drivers are all going to be soaked when they're done, and only one's going to be super happy about it, and that's the guy who comes home P1. Can Stephen Miller hold off Luke Welcome in the 8:48? The gap just 1.9 seconds now, although Welcome 4 tenths of a second quicker on that last lap. You'll wonder if he can hear him and start seeing him. If he starts getting into Steve Miller's head, we may see a challenge. It'll be 3 to go next time by. Miller leads it coming out of turn number 11.
Yeah, down the backstretch here this time. Miller, you can see he's, again, taking looks back, trying to find some different stuff. He popped over the inside curbing down at turn number 1 to try and find some more grip down there. Didn't really find too much. Let's see what he got across the line. 106.7, so he dug deep, found a little bit more, opens that gap back up. Nice work.
That's big. To be able to go that much quicker. He went at least 0.4 of a second faster than the last 3 or 4 laps he had done. Great work for Stephen Miller in the 873, getting down to where he needed to be. Fastest driver that lap was Austin Jers, as he's got by Caleb Gaffera. Jers was able to get by Gaffera with a 106.4, move Caleb Gaffera back to 4th. Austin Jers up to P3 onto the podium.
Yep, Luke, welcome here in the 848 on your screen. Just behind him is that battle Rob mentioned here from P3 with Austin Jers. Man, what an up-and-down race it has been here for the 803.
Yeah, he led for a time, right? Then fell back a little bit as Stephen Miller came and reeled him in, but then fell all the way back to 6th. I wasn't sure what happened. It kind of happened during, I think, the craziness of the booth here, and he ended up falling back all the way to 6th, but has fought his way back to the podium. And you consider the great run he had yesterday. This is a good recovery for Austin Jers to get back to 3rd. He'll bank those points to potentially run for a championship when we get back here in February.
Yeah, and right now here, watching Luke welcome, I mean, you can see how much he's hopping. He wants this win here so bad. I don't think he knows how few laps are to go up until at least he came by the start-finish line last time by. So for Luke, welcome here as well as he works his way over to turn number 4 here with a lap and a half to go. Still 2 seconds back, unfortunately. He needs a mistake out of Miller to really get close, but he's had a valiant effort, and in both cases, either one that would come out on top would be a first-time national winner, which is really cool.
Great work here for Stephen Miller. Luke Welcome won last year.
You're right.
Luke
You're right.
won
I'm
last
mistaken.
Year.
Yes.
So we'll lean this one to Stephen Miller to get that national win. Welcome's always having a great run here for sure. But Stephen Miller looking to get that first national here at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. He'll see the white flag when he comes around here. Stephen Miller trying to win here in treacherous conditions. The rain came as soon as the drivers rolled out on slick tires. They've had to navigate their way around the racetrack here, and it is not an easy one. Look at the race time here. 23 minutes they've been on the racetrack. Normally, of course, at a 20-lap or 22-lap race, 20-lap race, you expect a certain amount of time. These lap times are so significantly off, 15 or more seconds probably off what they would have turned. That's why this race distance is so long. They've been out there focusing for over 23 minutes now. Amazing to see what these drivers have put together. Final lap here for Stephen Miller.
Yep, final lap around. Oh, man, welcome it. He got really close there in turn number 4. Miller, you can tell, is dialing it back. He's using up that insurance in terms of that gap that he's had. Was a second slower last time, and Welcome knows how close he's getting. He'd love to get another national win. My apologies, of course, to him and his dad, Phil, 2 local drivers here. They team up with Fabio and Orsolin Racing at the big shows, but a lot of the time it's Phil Welcome in their pickup truck, which is cool. And for Stephen Miller, obviously a great opportunity, really cool for him here as he works his way around the back. The gap, you can see them both into frame now, even when zoomed almost all the way in. Down to 5 car lengths, but that won't be enough here for a pass. Miller knows it. He's just got to tiptoe through the final turn. Final time around, Stephen Miller. Oh, he went wide. He'll hang on to it. Yes! Wow!
Wow. That was wild. Stephen Miller, he kept, when he was coming through turn 9 and 10, I wanted to say, don't look over your shoulder. Stop looking over your shoulder. And he just overcooked it coming through turn number 1. Almost threw it off in turn number 12. Ends up being under 0.2 of a second. Stephen Miller gets the win, but whoa, that was close. Luke Welcome almost nipped him at the line.
And Luke Welcome, he's a good sport, very social kid. It was funny to see him across the line there. He's pointing at him. I had you. I almost had you. It was like out of Fast and Furious, man. It was something else. But, hey, big congratulations. First-time national win for Stephen Miller. You never forget your first checkered flag, and he's won plenty of races before, been a contender, and now here again today in some of the toughest conditions I think any class has seen yet, with slick tires on probably the wettest racetrack for those tires. All 22 laps under the belt. Stephen Miller, your winner here.
Miller with the win. Luke Welcome second. Austin Jers in third. Caleb Gaffera fourth. Good job for Jers. Fell back to 6th, but scrapped his way back up to P3. Valentino Garbarino ends up in 5th. Mateo Naranjo in 6th spot. Max Schweid in 7th. Anthony Rivera 8th. Ethan Goulart in 9th. And Santiago Duran Zander rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, good run there for Santiago Duran, up 5 spots. Goulart up 9. A lot of shuffling there as the rain continues to fall. But listen, we've got one group here that is, just having a good time at the racetrack, and you can't fault them at all because the racing, it's been something else here. We've got them on camera number 1 here. Kyle, can we pull them on up? We've got some people tailgating over on the far side of the racetrack under the Aspen Fuels banner. And sitting out there, back of the trucks. You know what?
I like
some
it.
good old go-kart racing here in South Florida. You can't
like
blame them. We'll be back, folks. Stick with us.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Welcome back to live coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series here from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. Rob Howden and Xander Clemens in the Kart Chaser booth. And again, weather has played a factor and a role throughout this entire weekend. The torrential rain yesterday morning absolutely soaking the paddock and the racetrack itself. We finally were able to go racing throughout round number 1. Pretty good start to the day here today, although it was a little moist during morning warm-up, but the rain has come again this afternoon, Xander. And, of course, you guys, the whole Kart Chaser team, having to go to work to repair the easy up here. But the bottom line is, if you're on the grid right now getting set to go for KA 100 Senior, what are you thinking right now? Because some guys, it's Florida, right? If the rain stopped, it could dry up. It's a long race, but the rain seems to be coming down a little harder right now.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like for a minute, I think we got word that quite a few drivers were going to take the gamble and go for slick tires, and it wouldn't be a bad gamble if we didn't have what happened during the commercial break, which was the rain picking up, and you can see everyone taking shelter under the white tent. I'm not sure where our tailgate pickup driver is, if he's still out there having a few good times over there on the far side of the racetrack, but nonetheless, we are just monitoring the weather, and again, we'll switch around different cameras so you guys can see here as we want to cover up some of them, make sure they don't get rained on all too hard. But under the canopy where everybody else is, everyone's trying to take some shelter from the rain, and I mean, literally, as we finish saying that statement, it lightens back up again. You just never know. It's just this kind of back and forth, light sky, dark sky, light sky, dark sky. Can't keep up with it, Rob.
Well, and again, we're early in the runs too, right? This is only our second of the our third rather of the 8 main events. The drivers pulling off the grid right now, as you can see them rolling out in the far part of the side screen here. We're getting ready to go here again. Yeah, there they are there. Drivers rolling themselves out onto the racetrack. But again, just 2 sessions in. I always think about when rain starts coming on a day like this, if you're 2 to 3 classes down, you've got the mindset going, what do we do? Do you set the chassis up into an intermediate because it could be wet, but it could be dry? Do you go full wet setup? Because there's obviously different parts of the setup you can do. What do you do if you're these guys here as well? Will it dry up again? How many guys are going to be on dries? We heard about one team potentially thinking about going to wets. I don't know, Xander. I don't know that anybody's going to roll the dice right now with the amount of rain we just got over the last 4 or 5 minutes.
No, I don't think you will here, but let's go ahead and give you guys a starting lineup for what we've got coming up here for KA Senior. Carson Morgan going to be leading your field to the green here as he tries to form them up on the back straightaway. Jeremy Fletcher making it a rookie front row.
Yeah, how about row number 2, Peyton Phillips out of Texas for Core Karting. And on the Merlin, starting P4, Nick Terlecki.
Moving back to row number 3, it'll be Connor Ferris and Tyler Wettengel.
Row number 4, Nick Bruckner, top 10 of the Super Nationals for Horse Salon Racing. He'll start alongside Gia Cicero from the Rawlson Performance Group.
And rounding your top 10, it's going to be the Trinity Karting Group 948 of Gavin Bailiff to the inside of his Trinity teammate and Nikita Panaris. We've got your field coming together. I'd go through more, Rob, here, but we're about to go green.
I didn't realize they were right in front of us. Indeed, they are. Rudolph's the driver I was going to go, starting from the outside of the top 10. Third yesterday in his debut in senior. Field set, and you can see the green flag. Look at the limited visibility, the spray coming up as the drivers work their way through turn number 1, 2, and 3. And to their credit, everyone through cleanly as we can see so far. First time out to the 180-degree hairpin, turn number 4, the left-hander, leading them back down to a very similar corner, turn 5, the right-hander leading to the infield part of this racetrack. Indeed, underway, Morgan running the outside line. You can see how much grip he was able to get out there, shooting out of the corner and leading over to turn number 6.
Yep, and great run here with the opening lap for the most of the field, at least getting through scot-free. It is a mad skirmish here with that wide shot you can see through the carousel, and they're all trying to find a place in line. It's Morgan. Phillips looks like he's gone into second. Fletcher back to third. And as they come down the backstretch, we've got ourselves a wet and wild one here. Lap 1 complete of 22 for KA Senior.
I like the fact that you've got Carson Morgan and Peyton Phillips up front, California and Texas. Where do they get rain practice in California and Texas? Both drivers doing a pretty good job up front. Carson Morgan leading and Peyton Phillips into second, Fletcher running third.
Yeah, just off screen there, it looked like Phillips got passed by Fletcher. Yep. Floridian going through, and Phillips there a little sideways, so he drops back a little ways in P3, gives Fletcher some room, and he's got pressure coming from behind. Oh, one way wide, that was Aiden Levy. Got in a little bit too hot there in the 990 Tony Kart into turn number 5. Lost only one spot, though. Good save.
Yeah, I really tried to carry the speed into the corner, get on the outside of the track and get it to Jack, and just kind of spun around a little too much. I like the aggression out of Levy, though. Again, he's 6th position, up 12 early on, started 18th, took full advantage of the tough conditions on the opening circuit. You can do that, Xander, because everybody takes so many different lines in the wet, right? You want to run the outside line. When you run the outside line, you open up that inside, and some drivers can just toss it in there and maybe pray for a bit of luck.
Oh, yeah, here comes the field on through. Let's see, does anyone bite the dust in turn 12? I don't think so. I think they're all carrying a little bit less speed. Impressive. A couple drivers. Let's see who are the big movers here on the opening lap. Gia Cicero, unfortunately, going in the wrong direction. 17 spots down, might have gotten knocked around. Same with Nikita Panaris. Looked like Josh Oates up a lot. He's up 11 in lap number 2 completed from the back of the grid. He had a problem.
Yeah, same with Grace Hamard as well. She went up almost into the top 10, I think, for Grace Hamard. Yeah, up to 11th. Started 22nd. She goes to 11th.
So nice improvement for Grace Hamard there. Carson Morgan, though, setting the pace. Jeremy Fletcher trying to close on in. Again, we apologize about the viewing, but that's just what it looks like. It is that misty and hazy right now on the racetrack, and you can see at least to make out the 2 figures that Jeremy Fletcher is still pretty close and maybe closing in a little bit to Morgan. I think he's definitely got more teeth on than Carson Morgan because he got walked by the end of that back straightaway.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. Both those drivers turning times right around the 61-second mark, 61.009 for Morgan, 60.976 for Jeremy Fletcher. They pulled 1.7 seconds now on Peyton Phillips, so they're stretching away a little bit. And again, this is going to come down very likely to a 2-driver battle.
Yeah, 2 drivers here with a lot of experience. No surprise that they're able to rise to the top of this KA100 senior field. I mean, 2 junior hot shoes that should be exciting to watch, of course, later in the X30 Pro main event this afternoon. But as we watch them pull away, Peyton Phillips has been able to hang on to that 3rd place position just because nobody else has really challenged him. Nick Terlecki was close, Tyler Wettengel close as well, as we see Fletcher get sideways right there. Look at this mad battle here, Rob. This is just outside the top 10. Josh Oates is in there. Connor Ferris is in there. All around 2 and 3 wide. I mean, it's just chaos.
Connor Ferris just ran the outside of that line. You can see how many passes. He probably got by 3 or 4 drivers going around the outside. I think he's hooked up trying to work it up there with Josh Oates, I think. Oates is the Merlin in front of him. But he passed at least 3 drivers on the outside of turn 7 and 8.
Oh, he got around quite a few, and he's trying to make up some ground because he's been shuffled backwards. Josh Oates up 14 spots now into 16th. So quite a bit of an improvement here for Josh Oates in the Oates Driver Development Merlin. 18 laps to go here, 4 complete. Carson Morgan still showing the way as they head out of turn number 6. And, he definitely has gotten experience, even though he may not be from Florida. Of course, a lot of time over here and a lot of good runs over the years in the SKUSA Winter Series.
Yeah, they do a lot of testing as well for Morgan. He gets a chance to be behind the wheel and does have a lot of experience nationally. He's really handling this wet weather really nice. You can see going into turn number 5, he gives it a really good shot on the wheel to get the thing to rotate quickly on the outside of the racetrack. And again, Carson Morgan, excellent thus far, almost a full second on Jeremy Fletcher. And again, answering the question for us right now in the offseason, how good are these 2 rookie drivers going to be? They've won so many races in junior, both Fletcher and Morgan. We know Morgan, the double championship last year on the Pro Tour. How good are they going to be? They're going to come out here and run 1-2 in the KA100 senior category. What will they do in X30 Senior? We'll see. But the bottom line is here in the 100cc category, they are dominating in very tough conditions.
And it's cool for them, right? Because there was such a strong class in the junior class that moved up right before them. The likes of Connor Zilish, Nate Cicero was a year ahead. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. We had a very strong junior group. Alex Stanfield, Max Opalski, Thomas Annunziata. And Jeremy and Carson were in the mix with those guys. And then they moved up, and they're like, it's just easy cakewalk, 2021, just these 2. The class is light. But for them to jump up into senior, it's like, no, we're right up there. We're elite. And this is a good way to solidify it here, be going right ahead of all these senior drivers right off the bat this year.
Yeah, you throw Noah Baker in there as well, but he had a really strong run last year as well. Noah's been good here this weekend. But again, they're well out front, almost 3 seconds now from Peyton Phillips in 3rd, Nick Terlecki 4th, Aiden Levy, as we set up into the 5th spot. Aiden Rudolph, who started 11th, now up into 6th. Colin Lloyd in 7th. Calvin Wetzel up 18 position for Wetzel. Started 26th ahead of Nick Bruckner and Luis Colomodio.
That looks like there was Nikita Panaris on our screen just for a minute before, I believe, Jeremy Fletcher went by. And indeed, Nikita Panaris in the Trinity Karting Group 904 is out. Bennigan Bailiff is out. Tyler Wettengel, he was running inside the top 5 is out as well. A bunch of contenders gone. That's given Aiden Levy the 5th spot, who, again, Levy, I don't know how he got the start that he did, because he was into the top 10, nearly the top 5 by the end of like lap 2. 13 spots picked up.
You got to talk to him later. I guarantee he made some dive bomb move. Somebody went wide to the outside to try to run the outside, and he stuck it down. We saw a lot of that, right, guys, running different lanes. And if you're able to make it stick and some guys get caught up around you, he was able to get some spots. Started 18th for Levy, ends up going into the 5th position right now. It's a good scrap here as well. That's a little further back. Is that Terlecki?
Levy. Yeah,
that's
Levy on Terlecki.
Yeah.
That was for 4th.
Damn, he's moving forward.
Right, and we saw him on camera and caught it when he got a little bit sideways. He got it a little bit too hot to turn number 5, but right now he seems to have kind of gotten his stuff together. He's pulled away from Terlecki. He's got Aiden Rudolph there in tow. That's the Burrell Art, 3rd in line, and they're only a couple seconds down the road from Peyton Phillips to make this a podium fight.
Yeah, again, I've mentioned Aiden Rudolph before. Obviously, his first year in the senior category, back running with PSL Karting. His dad, Alan Rudolph, on the wrenches. And good to see Rudolph able to get onto the podium yesterday with some of the chaos that we had in the races, finished 3rd. And here he is right now running 6th position, potentially putting some pressure on Nick Terlecki to try to go into the top 5. So a good run for the driver in the PSL Speed Sports Burrell Art machine.
Yeah, great run altogether there for Aiden Rudolph. We go back a little further. Colin Lloyd, local kid, up 9 spots to 7. Calvin Wetzel just bumps him back to 8th because Wetzel is up 19 positions, up into 7th from outside the top 20. So very impressive for Calvin Wetzel. And Nick Bruckner still 9th, Colamodio 10th, Kieran Rogers up 13 spots. A lot of movers all around. Josh Oates was moving forward a lot early. He's kind of stagnated around the 15th position at the moment.
Carson Morgan out front and handling the situation right now. Over a second lead from Jeremy Fletcher for Carson Morgan. Carson, of course, on the podium yesterday, I believe, as well, right?
Yes. Yeah, Carson Morgan, our winner yesterday.
Our winner yesterday.
Yeah. He was. It's hard to remember because the memorable part was the battle and the crash.
That's it.
But Carson Morgan escaped the fray.
Yep.
Yeah, he was the one out of the 5 that didn't end up with any issues. As much as I'd love to see Aiden Levy, Nick Terlecki, Aiden Rudolph get up there and battle with Peyton Phillips, which right now they might. They were 7/10. Levy was 7/10 quicker than Phillips last time and on pace with the leaders. It'd be great to see Peyton Phillips come away with a podium yesterday. Innocent bystander.
Agreed.
I mean, he did nothing wrong.
Yep.
And was just wrong place, wrong time. Got the rear bumper ripped off when he was someone else's fight exploded.
That's exactly right, yeah. He was one of the drivers that had to go off. We know Cole Morgan off the racetrack as well. Cole not running here today after a penalty. So, again, this is Morgan's opportunity to go back-to-back. We already saw that one driver do that, Alessandro Truchot doing that in the Micro Swift category. We'll see if it happens here in KA 100. Senior Carson Morgan has that lead. But, again, with the weather like it is right now, I'm surprised SKUSA hasn't talked about cutting the laps a little bit in this kind of weather, because we're going to start pushing our way deeper into the time zone here. These races in the wet taking so much longer.
Well, the reason for that, you'd think, here as we go to some of the wide shots, is that the skies are clearing back up again. So the moment that they cut these laps down, I guarantee you we'll be back on the dry tires in a section. I mean, I think already that by the time we get close to the checkered flag, if we do not get any more rain, there will definitely be some drivers taking the risk for dry tires. I don't know if I would right now. I think it's still a little bit too wet, maybe one more session. But these are long main events. I mean, we're talking 20-minute mains.
Yeah.
A lot can change here, especially if that sun comes out, which it's almost out right now, and the skies are starting to part just a little ways.
Yeah, we're scheduled to start the Mini Swift race in 2 minutes, and that's exactly what I mean. Obviously, with the longer lap times here, the significantly longer lap times, we're pushing past the schedule a little bit. But regardless, pushing through, and again, it's a long way to go still here. There'll be a halfway point this time by 11 down, 11 to go for Carson Morgan. Listen, he can't make a mistake, though, now, because if you look, Fletcher's not that far back. Yeah, it's 1.3 seconds. They're both running very similar lap times. Any one of these drivers makes a mistake, and you could see someone closing up here on Morgan.
Yeah, definitely here. We'll watch him now with just getting past the halfway point. At the line that time here, Peyton Phillips' gap 1.8 seconds back to Aiden Levy. So we've got your leader, Carson Morgan, on stream. We'll start working our way back through the field as well to see if we can keep an eye on some of the other drivers in the field. Again, Levy on the move up 14 positions. Wetzel should be closing in. No, maybe not actually. Rudolph ripped off a really good lap last time by a 101.1. That put him quickest, it looks like, inside the entire top 6.
Yeah, indeed. And Wetzel's about 3.5 seconds behind Rudolph anyways. I think it's more an opportunity for Rudolph to catch up to Terlecki. We talked about that a bit. Terlecki, during his fastest lap, a 101.8. Rudolph's was a 101.1. Rudolph's has got some pretty good speed here in the wet. I think we may see that fight for the top 5 soon with Aiden and Rudolph, and maybe even 1 or 2 more laps if they keep up a similar pace here.
Yeah, definitely something that we could see as we watch Carson Morgan work his way through turns 2 and 3. There's Rudolph across the line out of turn number 12, closing in here on the battle for Terlecki. So Carson Morgan, your leader, out of turn number 4. Again, there's Nikita Panaris. Just out of frame was Jeremy Fletcher, who is about a second back, still close enough that if a mistake is made, he can bounce, and then they've got 7.5 seconds back to Peyton Phillips there in P3.
You can see that car, even though it's wet here right now, the minute they roll, that Carson rolls into turn 5, he gets that thing that jacks, and it's still hiking up the inside rear tire and getting that thing to really get some nose weight to bite around that corner. He is doing a really good job in the wet. And so, again, we'll take the opportunity. Those of you who are tuning in here to Kart Chaser, if you're a young driver and let's say you're going to go out to practice, and it starts to rain. And how many drivers will go, I don't want to go out in the rain today, Dad. I don't want to practice in the rain. This is why you practice in the rain, because there's going to be an opportunity sooner or later that you're going to be able to run for a race win, and it's going to be wet on a club weekend and a regional weekend. You have to take as much time as you can to drive in these kind of conditions. And
it'd be so great if more could take that advice, right? Because most of the time people never test in the rain.
They don't.
Until Tuesday or Monday after they get beat in the rain.
That's true. That's true. Because, again, like I said, people will want to go out to to test, and it's raining. I'm like, I don't want to go out. I'm going to get cold, whatever it may be. You've got to test yourself in these kind of conditions, because being good in the wet is going to make you better in the dry. They always say that the wet is the great equalizer, right? I don't care how good your engine is in the wet. It's all about the driver. It's also all about the right foot, the left foot, the steering input you put in the car. You have to be so smooth on the wheel. It's got nothing to do with how much horsepower you have. It's everything to do with the way you get to drive this race car.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it's what makes it, again, it lets the drivers shine, like you say. It obviously puts a little bit of emphasis on making sure you can, change your setup back and forth and know what setup to change to. We mentioned that I thought that Jeremy Fletcher probably had a few more teeth than Carson Morgan did on. So whenever they go to a rain setup, they're going to add a number of teeth to the sprocket, go from running an 80-tooth rear sprocket like a bicycle to an 84, an 85, 86, 87, and you're guesstimating on, how wet it is. Well, for Jeremy Fletcher and Carson Morgan, as we see this battle coming into play here for third, Aiden Levy's finally caught Peyton Phillips. You never exactly know how much to go, but the more you do it, the more you shoot for it, the more you get a better feel. As there's a good pass for third, Aiden Levy onto the podium.
And he's been impressive, right? Just marching his way forward. Aiden Levy getting to the inside of turn number 5 to get the pass done there on Peyton Phillips. So move Aiden Levy now up into the 3rd position. Phillips goes down to 4th. Terlecki still 5th, but Aiden Rudolph just over a half a second behind Nick Terlecki and was quicker by 0.2 of a second. Rudolph chipping away now at Terlecki to potentially go into the top 5.
Yeah, that would be wild to see him.
We just lost Terlecki.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Something happened to Terlecki. I looked up, and I saw Rudolph come across the line. Terlecki's going to fall down the order. Something happened to Nick Terlecki on this lap. I looked up and saw Rudolph, but I saw no Terlecki behind him. So tough one there for the driver who was running P5. Nick Terlecki had the pressure from Rudolph.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Nicholas Terlecki has fallen to on the racetrack, but yeah, tough break there for Terlecki. Moves Calvin Wetzel up another spot. He advances 20 from his starting position, so great drive forward. Obviously, Levy's up 15 into 3rd right now. Bruckner gets back to neutral at 7th. Luis Calamodio and Colin Lloyd, the local kids on the T1D racing team, 8th and 9th. Kieran Rogers in 10th.
Up 14 spots for Rogers, too.
Yeah, great. A lot of improvement here for those inside the top 10. Josh Oates' drive forward, 17 spots up here in 13th. As we watch Aiden Levy head down to turn number 1, and you can see how much that gap's already open to Peyton Phillips. And Phillips may have to worry about Aiden Rudolph, because Rudolph is starting to come into his own. Last time by, a second quicker than Phillips.
Wow, a full second quicker, Rudolph than Phillips, and Rudolph also a half a second faster than Levy rather. There's a potential right now. How many laps we got left? 6 laps to go. Rudolph could get himself back onto the podium, to be honest. He's got that kind of pace right now. Let's keep an eye on Aiden Rudolph in the 7:59, or the 9:79 rather.
Yeah, we'll see if the PSL Karting Burrell, our driver, can get there. We've also got the camera, of course, right now on Jeremy Fletcher. Last few laps here, he has been trying to close that gap back up to Carson Morgan and been relatively unsuccessful. But he's running out of time, and he knows it. So he's digging for more. That time by, 2/10 up. Fletcher finding a little bit. Maybe he's able to make it exciting with 5 laps to go.
Rudolph is caught up now to Peyton Phillips. He's right there as they work their way down the front straightaway. We're keeping an eye, of course, on Fletcher here and the leaders, Fletcher and Morgan. But we got a good fight there, potentially for 4th. And I think we may have a fight for the final position on the podium. Aiden Rudolph put a show on yesterday. Very strong run in the dry and doing the same thing here in the wet. This is it. If he ends up getting to P3, let's just throw this out there. If Rudolph's P3, it is rookie drivers 1, 2, 3, all freshmen in the senior category.
Yeah, that would be huge. I mean, that would be massive. Aiden Rudolph could get there, and it's entirely possible. 4 laps to go this time by. There's Fletcher. Let's see how the gap looks like as they zoom out a little bit. Morgan not fully yet into view. Here he comes across the line. Fletcher, I don't know if he made up a ton of ground this time. Morgan 101.1, 101.2 for Fletcher. Not what he needed. 1.3 seconds back at the moment.
Lost a 10th.
He's trying.
Rudolph is by. Aiden Rudolph coming on the front straightaway, able to get by Peyton Phillips. He's to P4. Head down. Lost a couple of tenths there. He's 2.2 behind Levy. Like I said, there's still 4 laps to go. He needs a half a second a lap.
Yeah, hopefully Aiden Rudolph can get there. That'll update on the timing monitor here while the cameras remain up on the front. And again, just the rain conditions here have thrown us for a loop, but now the sun is out. It's starting to dry out just a little ways. It's borderline. Man, it's going to be real borderline for the mini Swifts, I think.
Of course, Sanders spent a lot of time here at this racetrack, understands the dynamics of the wet weather and how this track will change. We'll see. He says that the breeze is still pretty significant. It's not like there's no wind either. We'll see whether or not a dry line will develop throughout this mini Swift race. It could change things for the shifter car drivers as well. But right now, 3 laps to go. Morgan leading by 1.2 seconds. Both drivers doing 61.4s. Aiden Levy, we'll see where he is. Here comes Rudolph. Levy coming across the line, a 101.7. Rudolph, a 101.1. 0.6 of a second. 3 to go. He's got enough to get there. He's 1.7 back. At 0.6 of a second a lap, Rudolph would be able to get him on the final circuit. Could have a battle here for P3 as the lead looks pretty good now for Carson Morgan.
Yeah, we'll see here if we can get our camera to maybe move a little bit, just a touch, and try and close in on that battle for P3. Right now focused on Jeremy Fletcher as he works his way around there through turn number 9. And out of it here this time by 2 laps to go.
Yeah, it'll be 2 to go when Morgan gets back around here to the start-finish line. Fletcher doing everything he can, but really just matching the times. We're seeing if we can find a battle between Aiden Levy and Aiden Rudolph. I think that could be the battle when it's all said and done here. They come back down the straightaway. Rudolph's going to need to take another 0.6 of a second out. He needs to get to within about 1.2 seconds to keep this pace up on Levy. What is the gap? 1.2. Rudolph turns his best lap, 101.076. So Rudolph to within 1.2 seconds with 2 to go.
Half a second chipped off for Aiden Rudolph right there. Again, he needs more though. With 2 laps to go, this time by for Aiden Rudolph, it's maybe 0.6 a lap could get him there. But we'll see as they work their way around here with a lap and a half to go. Carson Morgan still your leader. Jeremy Fletcher still in second as they go down the backstretch here. Morgan looking for the white flag one more time around here for Carson Morgan. Jeremy Fletcher on camera. There's Morgan just ahead. White flag in the air.
Absolutely flawless performance thus far for Carson Morgan as he now runs P1. As we said, the gap now a second and a half. Rudolph closing up here on Levy. He's definitely within 0.6 of a second. What is the gap now? How about a half a second? He took 8/10 out of Levy. This will be the battle right now for third spot. Here comes your leader again out of turn number 4 over to turn number 5. Potential battle here for P3. Leader coming out of 4 and 5. Rudolph, I can see from here coming out of turn number. Here's what we're going to pick it up. We finally picked it up. This is Rudolph trying to go by Aiden Levy here. Final circuit, Rudolph closing up. He's within a couple of cart lengths. Can Rudolph get the job done? Rolling his way through. Right there. There's back to the leader again, coming down the back straightaway. Here comes the leader, Carson Morgan, already celebrating, feeling good about it. Out of turn number 12, Carson Morgan, back-to-back jacks in KA 100. Morgan wins. Fletcher second. Here comes the fight, though. Rudolph's gone to P3. He's got the job done. Final circuit, back-to-back podiums. Rudolph out of the final corner. He gets third. What a run for Aiden Rudolph, fastest driver, one of the fastest drivers over the last 5 or 6 laps. He passes Aiden Levy on the final circuit. Rudolph up 8 positions to P3.
Yeah, great run there. Unfortunately, we just lost the deal for Carson Morgan. He's going to have to go win again here to get himself another celebration shot. But heck of a performance for Carson Morgan and a heck of a final lap run. You talk about never say die, Aiden Rudolph, all the way to the last lap. I mean, I did not think he would get there. That was a massive gap. He chipped away at Aiden Levy, and credit to Levy's behalf. But again, we got slick tires. I feel like it's got to be a gamble. The sun is out now. You can see the dry line on the straightaways. Not a lot of standing water, not a lot of spray. It'd be tricky the first few laps if you could survive it. I don't know. Listen, I'd like to take a risk, Rob. I'll be honest. I think it'd be a blast.
Depending on your driver, too, right, Xander?
Oh,
How
yeah.
much experience do you have in your driver, right? If you got a guy, 1-2 years in the deal, maybe you don't roll the dice. Maybe you tell him just to go find water. But literally, we're looking at turn 12 here right now, and I'm sure there's a little bit of wetness on there, but it is not fully wet as it was. Bottom line is, we'll cap things off here. Carson Morgan, 1.3 seconds, a flawless performance in treacherous conditions. Wet racing with slick tires. Morgan going back-to-back, getting that win yesterday, getting another one here today. Jeremy Fletcher ends up in the second spot. Aiden Rudolph, what a run over the last couple of laps. Reels in Aiden Levy and takes the race, the final race position on that podium. Levy in fourth. And Peyton Phillips, Xander, rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, let's go ahead on back through your top 10 here from this one. We go back to Nick Bruckner, who ended up P6, 1 spot up from where he started. Calvin Wetzel was up 20 spots to P6, fell back behind Bruckner at the end for 7th. 19 positions gained. Hard charger for sure for Calvin Wetzel. Luis Colomodio, Colin Lloyd, and Kieran Rogers round your top 10. Andrew Wilson, Josh Oates up 18 spots to P12. Gia Cicero 13th. Gavin Bailiff 14th, and Manuel Abreu rounding your top 15. Couple other notables there, of course, Rob. You can point them out as well.
Connor Farris started back in 35th position. He ends up at 20th. Just some crazy racing to see some of the guys that we thought. We want to know what happened to Nicholas Terlecki as well. Finnegan Bailiff was out early, as was Nikita Panaris. We talked about him. And what happened to Tyler Wettengall? He was top 5 early.
Top 5 early here. And again, sun coming out here now at AMR Motorplex, of course. We'll be back for more racing action. We'll take another commercial break. When we come back, Mini-Swift drivers, they have some decisions to make here, Rob, so we will see as the SuperKarts USA Winter Series rolls on live on Kart Chaser.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Welcome back here live from AMR Motorplex. It is the SuperKarts USA Winter Series, your mini slip division on the racetrack now, presented by D&J Intermodal Services. My name's Andrew Clemens here with Kart Chaser. Let's take you through the starting lineup. On the front row, it'll be the 104 JC Karting Hot Wheels Cosmic of Oliver Weldon. To his outside, the 194 of Asher Rockstein.
Yeah, row 2, last year's Micro Swift champion Keelan Harvick starting alongside Kai Johnson in the 157.
Moving back to row number 3, it'll be Gian Matteo Russo in the number 110 and Max Christie, the newly signed PSL Karting Burrell Art driver.
Go to row number 4, and we'll have Salvador Della Vecchia on the inside and 8-year-old Lucas Palacio on the outside.
Moving back to the outside edge of your top 10, number 114, it's Sarah Bradley to the inside, and to the outside, Beckham Tupakov.
Row 6, the drivers come out of the final corner. It'll be Jackson Tobo on the inside, Devin Waltz on the outside.
Jackson Pearsall, Tristan Murphy, Faith and Saradpun, your top 15. We're in the lines, and we're green down to turn number 1.
Getting things rolling, Oliver Weldon from the pole position to try to roll through. You can see the smoke blowing up there as the drivers go through turn 1, 2, and 3. A little side-by-side action. Looks like we've got 6, maybe 7 karts together over in turn number 1 on the exit of that corner. Everybody try to push back and refire. Let's jump back into the action coming out of turn number 4. Looks like about 6, 7 drivers in this lead group as they work their way down that straightaway into turn number 5, Xander. Everyone sliding into position after a bit of chaos up in turn 1.
Yeah, very curious to see if anything's going to shake out, if anyone took the gamble for slick tires or if we're mostly on the wets, but we will see here. We have our race winner from KA100 Senior, Carson Morgan, here with us, and with our Jenna Tommy. We'll get him and her set up to talk here in just a moment. As we watch them head down the back straightaway here to put lap 1 in the books. Hochstein leads, Weldon second, battle for second, take that back. Here comes Harvick down the inside, and he'll take the spot away.
We're trying to look at tires here now, too. Wonder if anybody potentially decided to roll the dice on slicks to see whether this track is going to start coming in. We'll do that for you when we possibly can. Otherwise, it's been a good start for Asher Oxtein as he has worked his way out front. He is the leader. Harvick moving quickly into the second position. Keelan Harvick in the middle of the fight here as well. 4-driver breakaway, Oliver Weldon and Salvador Della Vecchia involved in that lead group. Driver still running that outside racing line. And Oxtein in the number 194, the driver leading the way. Harvick into the second position. There goes a battle potentially for P3. And I think Della Vecchia looking to the inside. Yeah, he may have got it, but they're side by side coming out. They can't be racing like that and allow the leaders to pull away. 20-lap run, long way to go in this one still. Down the straightaway, as we said. Hochstein leading the way. Across the line, Harvick second, Delavecchia, Weldon, Johnson, Max Christia. Then it's Rousseau, Murphy, Palacio, and Sarapon, top 10. Faith and Sarapon, top 10. Xander, pretty good start here now. Look at this. Keelan Harvick in tough conditions goes to P1 on the Hunt Brothers Pizza Nitro. Out front now for Keelan Harvick. Champion last year in Micro Swift, leading here in Mini in the Winter Series.
And getting a bit of a bigger gap now with help thanks to that pass made by Salvador De La Vecchia. And there goes Oliver Weldon and another one, Kai Johnson. Asher Oxtein just getting eaten alive out there as they go through 7 and 8. He'll lose another 4 positions. And as they work their way down the backstretch, Harvick's lead 5 car lengths. De La Vecchia another 5, back to Weldon, who's going to come under pressure from Kai Johnson. Kai Man's been kind of silent this week, and he's been wanting a little bit more. Hasn't had the best of luck and everything falling into place. There goes the 157.
Number 12, just textbook, got the run down the straightaway, tucked it down to the inside, just enough to be able to get the pass done at the apex, owned that exit, and able to move his way now into P3s and move Kai Johnson up into third. Weldon, yesterday's winner, back into the 4th spot, and Max Christia right there in the PSL karting Burrell Art.
As they work their way through the infield here, you can see that wide pan shot of that group from third on back with Johnson, Weldon, Christie, and then more following in tow. It looks like one of the either Parolin or Nitro of Gian Matteo Russo. Asher Oxtein is still in the group. Tristan Murphy is there. Lucas Palacio, I believe, concludes it. No, Faith and Saradpun, you're right, all the way to the edge of the top 10. So a single file pack chasing the Hunt Brothers Pizza number 162 of Keelan Harvick.
Yeah, what do you think about your thoughts of somebody rolling the dice and going for slicks? I don't see anybody's done that, but this track is starting to dry up, Xander. You can see how dry it's getting, potentially coming out of turn number 12 there. I don't know. I wonder if somebody would have rolled. I think the shifter guys are going to be on slicks for sure.
Yeah, I think shifters will definitely be on the slick tires. I'm surprised a little bit no one rolled them here, but then again, like you said, it depends on the driver you got too. You know, We've got a lot of young talent just moving up to Mini. And if everyone's going on one thing, it's better maybe just to go with the grain versus against the grain in that case.
Yeah, either you don't stand out. Let your driver battle against what everybody else is on as opposed to rolling the dice. They're going to struggle for the first half of the race. They may come on strong at the end. But again, just going with the rain tire is probably the safest move, and we're seeing it working right now. Keelan Harvick out to about a 7/10 of a second lead. Salvador De La Vecchia and Kai Johnson, they'll line it up. Johnson's got a good cart, and he's going to come to the inside. Watch them as they come through here. Johnson, not quite able to get the job done, but almost gets past De La Vecchia. Yeah. Super close coming through 12, Xander.
Close move. Kai Johnson's always been really, really talented in the rain, even in his micro days very early on. I think some of his first races were in the wet. You know, a St. Petersburg local, so Florida kid, he really gets a lot of seat time in the wet, and he seems pretty comfortable in it as he makes that pass that time on De La Vecchia for P2. De La Vecchia looking back down the inside, though, and he'll shuffle him back. Johnson gets caught off guard, allows Weldon to kind of cycle on through, and that's just going to add to Keelan Harvick's gap. And man, what a day it would be for the Micro Champ. We talked about Stephen Miller in these conditions excelling. And now our Micro Winter Series champ from 2021 looking to make a mini championship campaign going.
Well, they're all racing behind him, too. This is the thing. Harvick's getting a chance to pull away because these guys are battling it out. Kai Johnson's gone to second, but this has given Keelan Harvick a massive advantage out front. He is pulling away now as the leader. It's going to be at least 2 seconds. How about 2.015, right around 2 seconds, the lead for Keelan Harvick over Kai Johnson now. Johnson able to get by De La Vecchia, but second, third, fourth, and fifth, what you're seeing there lining up. Johnson, De La Vecchia, Weldon, and Max Christia now into the lead here. Christia's going to make a move to the inside, potentially there as well. So a little bit of over-under. That's actually Christia losing a spot. Man.
Oxtein getting the big benefit
That's
there.
It.
Great move.
Asher was back in sixth. I think he's up into fourth now. Maybe, he's in fourth.
Yeah, Asher Oxtein up the order. So now at least Oliver Weldon's going to get some separation as De La Vecchia goes back by on Oxtein. And De La Vecchia is just kind of clawing back at everybody who claws at him here until they really force him to back down, it seems. It's now that's Christie getting shuffled wide. Here goes Russo. Oxtein is by. And at the end there, I believe that is Palacio closing up to the rear bumper, while Keelan Harvick will put another lap in the books here, 13 to go.
Ty Johnson just went purple with a 60.045, about 7/10 faster than Harvick. He's only 1.2 back. Johnson throws a couple more laps like that down, and you're going to see him challenging Harvick for the race lead. 7 down, 13 to go. Still inching our way towards the halfway point. Here's your lead here right now. It was huge, it seemed like, for Harvick just a couple laps ago, and this is the fight behind him. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, I think, going at it.
Yeah, action all over here, both in the high-speed chess match of that gap out front and this battle.
That's Augstein again back in there.
Yeah, Augstein, he was shuffling Russo back that time. Christie moves along with him. Palacio, he's getting a great lesson here on racecraft. I mean, the kid already had a lot. Obviously was a podium contender, race winner in 2021. But right now here in the mini class, jumping in and looking really strong here inside the top 10.
Yeah, very impressive for Lucas Palacio. I look forward to seeing how much he develops throughout the 2022 season. And funny to say that, 2022, man, new year.
Man, it has sprung up on us, hasn't it?
It has indeed.
Wow.
Hey, look at this. Kai Johnson, 59.685. He goes another almost 8/10 quicker than Harvick.
And there he goes, turn 4. I think he just got by him. Oh, no, they come together. Oh, no, Johnson's around. Harvick and him touch tires, and Harvick is able to keep going. Johnson is going as well. He's 10 positions back.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Back to 8th position for Kai Johnson. Contact coming out of the corner. Still 12 laps to go, and he was the fastest driver on the racetrack. As long as there's no damage, there's a possibility that he may be able to get himself back up here again. He was significantly quicker. A 59.685 for Kai Johnson.
Yeah, we're going to continue to go to work on that here, folks, and see if we can try and identify what in the heck just happened here. We've got Carson Morgan starting to get lined up as well. We'll chat with him really soon. There is just all kinds of chaos going on here in this Mini Swift main event. Of course, your leader headed down to turn number 1, or leader of that pack, Asher Oxide, getting a bigger gap now. Look, that was Palacio. Palacio leading the way down with Russo behind him, and I think I don't think Luis Humana's in that pack. I think that's with Tristan Murphy and Kai Johnson all battling around.
So Harvick with a 1.4 second lead over Oliver Weldon, the contact. I know we're looking for the replay to have you guys get a look at what happened there between Harvick and Johnson, but Harvick leading by 1.4 over Oliver Weldon. He's got 2.2 seconds past to Asher Oxtein now. Next, Christie runs 4th, Delavecchia 5th. This was last time by the way. Faith and Sarapon in 6th, Tristan Murphy 7th, Kai Johnson 8th, Rousseau in 9th, and Palacio in 10th. Now, the key is, can Johnson get back to the lap times he had when he laid down that 56.6?
So we're going to go ahead and send it down while Kai Johnson battles forward to our Jenna Tommy. She has caught up here with Carson Morgan, and Jenna, take it away.
Thanks. I'm here with Carson Morgan, our Day 2 KA 100 senior winner. Carson, describe that race to me.
Yeah, so it was pretty good. It was half and half conditions, and we ended up going out of the rings, and that was the call. Pretty much started on first, got a little gap, and he couldn't pass me, so we ended up getting the win there.
So this is only your second senior race. The first one was Super Nats, which you were close to a win at. What is getting you all these wins? Like, how are you going to consistently keep up the success in senior?
Just the team behind me, and just consistently driving, and just ultra focused, and just trying as hard as I can.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my dad and all the mechanics and everyone from RPM.
All right, that's Carson Morgan. Back to you, Xander.
Thanks for that, Jenna. Here, we'll go back to the on-track action. We're still trying to dig around, see if we can maybe take a look at what went down for Keelan Harvick and Kai Johnson. But the other thing to keep in mind right now is Oliver Weldon has taken up the slack where Johnson was by going consistently half a second or more faster than the leader. He's cut the gap down to less than 4.5 of a second.
As well, throw this out there as well. Kai Johnson just did a 58.945, 58.9. A full second quicker than Keelan Harvick. He's 4.8 back. This is not still done yet for Kai Johnson.
No, it is not. With 9 laps to go. Hey, you've seen a spin and win before. You've called it in the cadet ranks. Going way, way back to the Pan American Challenge with Ugo Chukwu.
That's right.
That was in the dry, granted, but this is just about dry. And, man, never give up. Give credit here to Kai Johnson. He's digging.
Yeah, he is working hard right now to get himself forward. Kai Johnson, I believe, just got another spot. I think he may have just got by both Faithan Sarapon and Max Christie, I think, as they work their way down. Johnson is the man on the move right now. He's significantly back, but that thing is a rocket. Look at this thing as it comes on. The actual front driver fairing is actually snapped off a little bit. That thing got beat up when he and Harvick got together. One driver spinning coming onto the front straightaway here. Palacio.
Oh, no.
Wow. Yellow flags got out there. Palacio, who was a top 10 driver, spinning. Tough one for Lucas Palacio, who has fallen to the tail, well, at least not quite to the tail, but deeper into the pack. I'll tell you, Harvick now leading by just 0.3 of a second. We got ourselves a great scrap. Keying on Kai Johnson right now, putting big lap times down. Fastest driver on the racetrack right now is actually Sarah Bradley. We need to pick up Sarah. She may be on slick, Sander. Scroll right to the bottom. 58.087 to be that fast. She's 36 seconds back. But I have a feeling we're trying to pick her up. She may be on the slicks. That is Sarah Bradley on the Paralympic number 114.
Yeah, we will see if we can find where Sarah Bradley is on the racetrack, because you are right, Rob. That is a massive improvement, and right at that pendulum swinging to where the slick tires are coming in. Again, we mentioned that we were for sure going to see slicks for the Pro Shifter and Master Shifter division coming up your way. We'll try and see if there she is, Sarah Bradley on the racetrack. Let's see if we can get a close look. It does look to me like she looks.
I think so.
I think she's on slick tires, indeed.
So they roll the dice with Sarah Bradley, and she's turning the best laps of anybody, 58.087. What are the leaders turning there? Scroll it back up to the top, 58.0.
Yeah, the best they were getting were the low 59s. Kai Johnson ripped out a mid 58 a few laps ago.
She's 1.3 seconds faster than the leaders with 7 to go. There's no way that she's going to get that much, because she's 33 seconds back. But there's a chance for her to have some fun and work her way into the field for sure.
Yeah, definitely some redemption. I mean, she faded back a lot, started 9th, fell back 21 positions, so she'll get quite a few of those back here as Kai Johnson continues to work on trying to close the gap to Oliver Weldon and Keelan Harvick, who have both upped their pace. 59.2s for them, 59 flat for Johnson. It looks like we have that replay pulled up here now from earlier in the race. Let's take a look at this here, Rob. Coming out of turn number 4, you can see them. It's just off to the left-hand side as it pans over. This is, I believe Harvick was just getting a crossover on Johnson and ends up ramping over top of him as they come together. It didn't look like it was, definitely wasn't malicious in any way. They were just racing hard.
It looks like a racing accident, kind of side by side. I think it looked to me like maybe they came out of the corner and we saw Kai hold the spot on the outside, and maybe Keelan just came over a little bit, as he kept tracking out and just caught wheels.
Right, because Kai went into the corner to pass Keelan on the inside, washed out. Keelan's coming out, thinking Kai's momentum was broken more than it probably was.
Yep.
And was hoping to make sure that door was closed off going into turn 5, because that's another passing opportunity if they stay side by side.
And side by side contact, right? They kind of just climbed up on each other.
Definitely. So as we watch here, there goes Johnson by the line.
Johnson another 0.7 of a second faster than the leader. 5 laps to go. He's only 3.3 back. Do the multiplication. That's 3.5 seconds. He can get the job done. He needs to be 7 or 8 of a second faster every lap to be able to catch up. Kai Johnson trying to reel in the lead group, this duo of Harvick and Weldon. This is solid right now. The storyline developing for the number 157, Kai Johnson. He did a 58.553 last time by. 2.8 seconds behind Weldon, only 3.3 behind Harvick. At 157, the fastest car on the racetrack with rain tires, because Sarah Bradley is still rocking and rolling there with the slicks. She has worked her way up into 26th position.
Yeah, 2 seconds quicker than the leaders right now, nearly 3 at a 56.803 that time by. For Kai Johnson, he is Oliver Weldon's biggest cheerleader right now. He wants Oliver to go, and I'm guaranteeing Oliver's mechanics are saying, okay, if you think you can beat him, wait, give us another lap, because if you battle and he battles back, Johnson is right there. Last time by, 58.515. Still picked up another 0.3. He needs a little bit more, though. That wasn't a whole lot off of Harvick with 4 to go.
He needed 6, 7, 8 of a second. Like I said, he needs these drivers to battle right now because he's not significantly faster on time.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
Over-under as well. Harvick takes it back from Weldon.
So we'll watch them there in the carousel. That broke Weldon's momentum more, so that'll give Harvick some about 2 car lengths back to Weldon here as they head back to turns 10 and 11.
They need more of that. Johnson wants more of that fighting to be able to close himself back up. It'll be 3 to go this time by. Many Swift drivers on their main event. It'll be our halfway point of the mains here for the second round of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Back across the line. What do we got for lap times? 59 flat, 59.1, 58.7. So just 0.3 of a second made up. Johnson's kind of plateaued a bit here. He's still 2.5 back. He'll need those drivers racing if there's an opportunity for him to get into the race lead.
Yeah, let's see them here coming on by. Keelan Harvick, Oliver Weldon, as they work their way towards turn number 5. You see Kai Johnson come into view. That gap, 2.3 seconds. He just needs a little bit more. I just don't know if he'll get it here, Rob. Sarah Bradley up to 22nd, continuing to chip away. She should easily get to the top 20, maybe to the top 15 with how quick she's moving through the field. Just unfortunate. Needed about 5 more laps for her and about 5 more laps for Kai Johnson. As they work their way out, though, 2 laps to go coming this time by. The double sticks will fly. Keelan Harvick, Oliver Weldon, 1 kart length apart, and they go to the final corner, and out of it, 2 more laps around. Weldon's got right back to the bumper.
That's it. Weldon is recovered. Harvick back to the bottom of the racetrack. To go to a bit of a defensive, as you saw, a little half lane in, try to hold off Weldon. Right now, the gap between back to Johnson, 2.5 seconds, just 2 more laps to go. Again, he was very similar lap time to the leader, Harvick, that time. Looks to be like Johnson's plateaued a bit on that good speed that he had. You can see him further back there. He'll need these drivers to race. Harvick's doing a great job up front. We know that Weldon has a little bit of something for him, but Keelan Harvick, thus far, Xander, unfazed.
It would be massive here for Keelan Harvick. Already got some wins in Daytona Kart Week here, but has not gone up against a full SuperKarts USA level national field. Now he is a lap and a quarter away from holding off your winner from yesterday and one of the top mini drivers over the last 2 seasons in Oliver Weldon. And that gap up to 4 car lengths here. White flag coming, Rob.
Weldon trying to go back-to-back after the win yesterday. Harvick looking to end that streak and get a win of his own. A little bit wide onto the rumbles here. They'll work their way down the front straightaway. Enough of a gap through turns 1 and 2. Call it 3, maybe 4 kart lengths for Keelan Harvick. The Nitro Kart driver for Harvick Racing trying to work his way into a race win here in Mini. It'll be his first national mini race here in SuperKarts USA. The weekend, his 2nd overall race, having finished yesterday. Xander looking pretty good. You got to go through the hairpins. He's looking really good here right now. 2 lengths out of turn number 5.
He's just got to hang on just a little bit more here for Keelan Harvick. There they go into the carousel. Through there for the final time. 2 car lengths apart. Can Keelan Harvick break through? Again, SuperKarts USA Winter Series race wins, national wins, Super Nats winner in Micro. We come here in Mini, his debut weekend, 5 car lengths up down the backstretch for the final time.
What a run for Keelan Harvick through turn number 12. Call him a Mini Swift winner in SuperKarts USA competition. Harvick wins over Weldon by 0.282 seconds. Harvick scoring the victory. Kai Johnson coming home 3rd. Faith and Sarapon up 11 spots to 4th. What a run for Sarapon. Started 15th, goes to P4. Max Christie a 5th. Asher Ochstein in 6th. Gabriel Balog in 7th. Carson Weinberg up 8th. 29 position improvement for Carson Weinberg. We didn't pick that up. What a great run for Carson. We know the trouble he had in the pre-final. He's able to work his way forward on the wets. What a drive for Carson on the CRG. Tristan Murphy in 9th. Luis Umana rounding out the top 10. And how about Sarah Bradley up to 14th? She passed 7 cars in the last 2 laps to get back to the top 15.
Phenomenal drive, and she was 3.5 seconds quicker than the leaders with a 55.418, her best there. So massive run. Obviously, we're back to slicks for now. It's still Miami, it's still Homestead, and we still got a lot of racing to come your way here. ProMaster Shifter, 3 X30 classes with the juniors, the Masters, and our headline X30 Pro Senior still to come here. A couple other drivers making up some big moves there in the edge of the top 20. Felipe Zeus Benito, 17 spots up to 19th. Gabby Guadera up 12. And obviously we had a lot of drivers with some unfortunate luck there in the end. Jensen Burnett, we did not get to see him. I believe he was not able to get back out for the final after his gnarly wreck earlier today. So our best wishes here with Jensen Burnett. Unfortunate for Ethan Tovo, Jace Petty, a few other drivers that were not able to finish the main. But out of the 37 drivers, we did still have 30 come across the line in a wet one with just a few. I don't know if anyone else besides Bradley was able to take advantage, but Bradley put on quite a show there in those final few laps.
Yeah,
Rob.
you were definitely right. I think it's a little bit closer to being not quite as wet. She might have been able to challenge. And you look how close she was, to be honest. She was only, if you look, probably could have got potentially up to Beckham Tupakov. Could have been a top 12 for Bradley. Nonetheless, she had some fun coming from deep in the field on those slick tires.
That is for sure. Well, we are going to send it off here. We will come back with more action. Pro and Master Shifter after we come back from this commercial break.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
And we are back for more racing here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. We're set to go with Pro and Master Shifter. Those drivers getting set to go. They've actually rolled themselves out onto the grid, and we're ready to fire things up. Gianno Torino starting on the pole position after a pre-final win alongside Alan Isambard. Alongside them will be Slavik Pushatin and Annie Rule. Lights are out, and we're racing for the drivers here in Shifter. Some aggressive movement. There's Annie Rule to the inside. She'll take the lead coming out of turn number 3.
Wow, Annie Rule for the first time, I think possibly in her career, leading the Pro Shifter class out in front. Gianno Torino already got himself this first checkered flag, and we got drivers turned around sideways. That was Pushatin getting turned. One of the Shifter Masters goes around as well. Everyone keeps it going, and Musgrave, he's up to 4th already.
Just coming out of turn number 1, Annie got the thing turned in the right way. Everybody else was kind of on the wheel still a little bit. She got it pointed in the right direction, was able to grab gears and mash the gas, and was able to beat them all to turn number 2. And then everybody kind of stacked it up over at turn number 4. So she's got a decent little advantage, probably about 0.6, maybe a half a second right now over Billy Musgrave, I believe, who was able to pull through. No, that is actually Torino, who has been able, I think, to go into second spot. Indeed, Skitchy Barnes up into 3rd. The Masters driver having a really clean start. Barnes goes to 3rd. Musgrave in the 4th position. Pushatin into the 5th spot. So early on, here comes Torino, going to put the pressure here on Annie Rule. Torino with a good opening couple of corners as well. Chaos behind him, and that's why there's a 1.7 second gap. Xander back to Skitchy Barnes.
Definitely. Here comes Musgrave on Skitchy, and there goes the battle for the lead as Torino puts the elbows up to Rule and gets by her. So he'll shuffle her back to 2nd, and back for 3rd, Billy Musgrave, able to get by Skitchy Barnes. So moved Musgrave up a spot. Slavik Pushatin was able to get by as well. That was just off on the angle here. We'll watch the leaders come on by. There goes Torino. Annie Rule on by. Musgrave not too far behind there, leading that next group.
So we're starting things off with the Pro and Master Shifter category. In that Masters class, Skitchy Barnes, as we know, right in there behind both Musgrave and Pushatin, running third and fourth. So Barnes fifth overall, leading the way in Masters. Farshad Bagari able to go into second. Ken Schilling, who did not run the pre-final, now P3 in this main event. Johnston Irwin in the number 628 running in the fourth spot. Pushatin just turned fast lap with a 49.177. But again, super early on in this run here for the Pro and Master Shifter category. The sponsors of our shifter classes this weekend, PSL Karting and Hardin Motorsports Group. Torino's gone to the lead, able to get by Annie Rule. So move Torino to P1, a 48.537 fast lap for Torino. Musgrave resets the fast lap at a 48.131. Let's see if Musgrave can dial things in and get back up front. Musgrave leading Pushatin. It's a long way to go, we say, in this race. We'll head into the X30 lineup after this, of course, X30 Junior, Master, and Senior to cap off the opening rounds of this year's SuperKarts USA Winter Series here in Homestead, Florida. Back again in February for rounds 3 and rounds 4. Battling things in for the opening of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. We head to NOLA Motorsports in April.
Yeah, again, like you said earlier on the broadcast, this is spring training, especially for these shifter drivers. You know, for the few of them that are here that'll be going to New Orleans as well, we hope to see the majority of this grid there, if not all of them, taking the way out of Florida and then joining the rest of the national circuit. And that'll mean that, you know, the guys that aren't here, we're not getting shifter practice on a rubbered-up racetrack for the 2 months that those who are running the Winter Series have. So they're going to end up with a lot more seat time, becoming a lot warmer, definitely into New Orleans, which normally is pretty good around the time of year we end up there for the Winter Nationals anyhow.
For certain. Pushatin, another fast lap here. Both those drivers trying to close back in. It's about a second and a half back to the fight between Torino and Rule. They run 1-2, but Billy Musgrave and Slavik Pushatin on that Charles Leclerc chassis are working their way closer. They're definitely faster. They're about a half a second quicker than Torino and Rule. So all that action in the opening corner that brought both Musgrave and Pushatin back allowed Torino and Rule to get out front. Everything's tightening back up, just 1.6 seconds separating the top 4.
Well, let's see here. I thought Musgrave would be able to at least make up a little bit more per lap. I mean, he is making up a lot, and he'll get there here in a couple. But for Torino and Rule to at least be holding their own at the moment is impressive, especially when you look at the resume of Billy Musgrave and 2 developing drivers in Gianna Torino. Torino really on a partial schedule, mainly Florida-based over the last few seasons. And Annie Rule continuing to develop. She moved up, you know, very early into the shifter classes at the age where a lot of kids were just barely trying to get into senior.
Yeah.
Completely skipped out and went into shifter. And for a smaller driver, it took her a while to both get her fitness, get her ability, and completely change over because it's such a different driving style. She's starting to come more and more into her own, get more and more confident as we see the lap traffic. We're coming up here on Johnston Irwin in the 628. He'll give way. Let the leaders get on through here in just a moment. And Torino takes them on around.
How about Alan Isambard going purple last time by at 47.205, 2.4 seconds behind that lead group, which is only separate about 1.6 in total, 1-4. Alan's very, very quick, but again, he's got a long way to go, although he was 0.3 quicker than the leader Torino last time by, but 4.1 back in total. He'll need them to race a little bit to find some room, but here comes Musgrave right now. He'll look to the inside of Rule. No, not enough in turn number 1, but Musgrave is there, as is Pushatin, looking to try to find a way by Annie Rule.
Yeah, Musgrave's been looking on Rule here already 3 corners at least. He's showing a lot of patience here for a driver that's got Pushatin on his bumper. He's got to feel really confident, I believe, in his piece to be able to take his time as much as he is with Rule. And oh, wow! Slavik Pushatin just pile-drived Annie Rule in the right rear tire. I don't know if he lost brakes or what happened, but that Charles Leclerc car came in and slammed the outside barrier, the outside of Rule, and Rule is understandably upset about that one. She had a heck of a run going.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Pushatin jumping back behind the cart and getting rolling. And he was literally rolling into the corner. Even Billy Musgrave, he wasn't making a move there. He literally was coming in, and almost like Pushatin dove to the inside. Remember, they're on slicks. I don't know if there's maybe no grip down the inside of the racetrack there because it could be still a little wet, but he threw it in there and literally got hammered off. He's going to get the black flag. There's no reason for him to stay out on the racetrack right now without that front bumper. So that'll be it for Pushatin, but he literally came into the inside looking like he was trying to get by Billy Musgrave and literally center punched Annie Rule as she had already turned into the apex.
That was a hard impact too. I mean, you're coming, all the way up to fifth gear at least going into turn number 5, and then down sometimes at least to second, if not to first. So a major difference in speed for sure. Glad that Annie's okay. Obviously okay enough to get mad. Maybe the adrenaline will wear off, and she may feel that a little bit tomorrow. But oof, that was bad.
So let's throw this out there right now because Gianna Torino is leading. 47.3 last lap. Billy Musgrave, 47.2. Alan Isambard, 47 flat. He's only 3.1 seconds back, 0.3 quicker, 13 laps to go. Isambard could get into the fight here for sure, especially if Musgrave gets to Torino and they can start scrapping it out a little bit because Musgrave was only about a 10th quicker last time by. Alan Isambard, 3 consecutive fast laps of the race. I don't think he's out of this yet. He could potentially get back in to make it a fight. He'll need to be quicker by about 0.3 a lap to be able to get down here and get into the fight before we're all said and done.
Definitely here as Torino works his way around the final corner. Let's get an update on those lap times. Musgrave, purple, 47 flat. Isambard, 0.2 off Musgrave. So he's gaining on Torino. Needs Torino to do exactly what Torino did in the pre-final. That is play the big-time defensive game here on Billy Musgrave, which for Gianno Torino, looking at a SKUSA Winter Series win, I don't see why he wouldn't.
Agreed.
I mean, he was willing to do it for a pre-final win. He definitely will be willing to do it here for the final. Doesn't matter if it's Billy Musgrave or his mom behind him. He wants to take that checkered flag.
47.040 for Musgrave, 0.4 quicker than Torino. Isambard just 0.2 faster than Torino. I said he needs 0.3 a lap. 12 laps remaining. And Isambard trying to get back into it as well, but I know Billy Musgrave got his head down. He'll try to reel him in as well. We'll keep giving you the gaps here between them as they work their way to turn number 12. You can see Musgrave, that's how close he is down into turn number 1. Going to roll some more speed. Isambard again with a quick lap.
And here's our instant replay of that crash there with Slavic Puchatin. You see just from off the side of your screen, comes in, too much speed. And again, I got to think it's some kind of brake failure or something, but the fact he was able to continue going and made a lap around after is surprising.
I really have to believe that you think about this track drying up as it is, that he kind of dove into the inside. Not many guys were down that part of the inside when everybody was running the outside line. I got to think that he got in there super hot and jumped on the brakes, got on some moisture in the inside, and you can see because you saw there was no way he was going to make the corner. Had he not hit Annie, he would end up probably up in the barriers on the outside of the track. That's how much speed he was carrying into that corner. There's no chance he was making it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rob, because we got a great dry line here on the racetrack, but there's still standing water on all around sides. A lot of damp sections on the circuit as well, so we'll wait and see what it looks like when Musgrave. I mean, that could have been also why Billy Musgrave was waiting to pull the trigger on his pass. He'd pull out and maybe saw some dark surfaces and was like, I don't have the confidence to go that much deeper on here.
Yep, exactly that. This time by, though, Torino turns his best lap of 46.912. Still not quite as quick as Isambard, but it's 2.6 seconds. So Torino managing a pretty solid little 1 second gap on Billy Musgrave as we're coming up to the halfway. We're past the halfway point now, 12 laps in. And look at this. Torino getting caught up behind Jonathan Irwin, and that has brought Musgrave in. He caught him right at the apex. Needed to kind of handle that a bit better. Probably should have checked up a little bit, but drove right into the back of Irwin at the apex, but that has, again, allowed him to get right in there. Look how close it is now for Irwin and Musgrave. That's brought Isambard in as well. Tough lap there for Torino. Nowhere to go for him as he was trying to get through that corner, trying to roll all the speed. He had caught up to Jonathan Irwin so quickly. They're running probably about, I'm going to say 8 seconds faster than Johnston, obviously a new driver here in the Masters category. Torino's got work to do. No, in fact, Musgrave's gone by. That's Musgrave as the leader. Billy Musgrave now has got by Torino. Count him as the leader here in Pro Shifter. Isambard to within 0.8 of a second.
He's close. He's really close here. He needed, Torino really didn't fight that one hard enough. He's trying to stay close for sure. And as he works his way on by and down to turn number 5. Let's see them head out of the hairpin there. Torino still putting the pressure on. Musgrave was signaling for him to work together. I think I saw him tap the helmet. I couldn't see that for sure. It's impressive Billy can do that and then get his hand back down to the gear lever right in between. But nonetheless, here is Isambard, half a car back from Torino. And it's a 3-car party here in Pro Shifter with 7 laps to go at the line. Isambard through for second.
Isambard, great run out of turn 11, immediately takes over the spot. He gets the hand in the air. He's wanting some help now from Torino. It is now Musgrave out front by about a half a second. Isambard able to get through and makes the pass on Torino to go to second. Torino third. Skitchy Bard's all by himself now as the Masters leader. Very strong, well out in front of Farshad Bagari, who runs in second. Ken Schilling third. Johnston Irwin fourth in the Masters category.
Yeah, Skitchy Barnes dominant here in Shifter Master. As he hasn't seen much of a battle, which is why he hasn't gotten as much airtime as the pros, because the pros have had all kinds of chaos and calamity going on here, even in just this main event alone.
There's the lead for the Musgrave, and there's your top 3 coming across start-finish. Musgrave, let's look at lap times. 47.1 for Musgrave, 47.1 Isambard, 47.4 Torino. This is likely going to come down to Musgrave versus Isambard if he can dial things up, but Torino's going to have to fight back again. He is not letting Isambard get away. 16 laps down, 6 to go. X30 Junior will be up next. Live coverage here on Kart Chaser. 46.895 back on lap number 12, the fast lap for Alan Isambard. Hasn't been able to get back down into the 46s. If he can do that, I think he'll be able to challenge. Kart's falling off just a little bit for him. The best he's done is 47.1s. You see that sometimes, Xander, when you've got a driver's really chasing the whole group and they're far enough back, they get quicker and quicker. But once they get there, they almost start to run. Even though they're trying to pass the guy in front, they almost start running the same speed as the driver in front of them, and that's kind of happened here with Isambard. He's got the pace to run down into the high 46s. He's just not doing that on a consistent basis. Just at a 46.9 last time by. That's what's getting him closer here now to Billy Musgrave.
Yeah, he definitely chipped off the last lap here. You can see visibly that gap has shrunken just a little bit more here, but he's running low on time. He needs to get onto the bumper so he can start planning a move by and be ready to challenge the 4-time SKUSA Super Nationals race winner. Musgrave, a kart length and a half ahead, nearly 2 back to Isambard, and a good run over the curb out of 11. Again, 4 to go here at the stripe. 2 driver battle in Pro Shifter. Alan Isambard trying to challenge, looking to turn number 1. Here he comes for the lead. Oh, and a crossover attempt by Musgrave, not going to work. Alan Isambard, your new leader through turn number 3.
Solid pass. Diving down to the apex of turn number 1. And again, trying the over-under as the veteran Musgrave can't quite get it done. Isambard is to the lead. Now can he pull away? You see Musgrave still on it, trying to get back to the rear bumper to see if he can't get himself close enough to challenge here. Again, you've been passed. You want to get right back onto it. If he's quicker than you got to be back out front. You can't let him pull away. We can see Torino falling back just a little bit. Isambard had gotten that back down, went purple that last lap, right as he was getting ready to make that pass. 46.820. Isambard, who knows this racetrack very well, stretching away.
Yeah, now it's really the first challenge Billy Musgrave has seen in any session this weekend here. Isambard applied some pressure in that Saturday pre-final, but Saturday's main event all Musgrave, and then Musgrave, had the mechanical, so he didn't have much here in Sunday's pre-final. But let's see if Billy Musgrave can dig deep and find some more pace on the factory card, or can Alan Isambard win on home turf here in Pro Shifter as he heads out of turn number 6 and into 7 and 8 here, coming to see the double sticks this time by.
Looks to me like Isambard inching away. It was 0.3 of a second on the lap that he made the pass. It's got to be at least a half a second now. He's having a really good run out of turn number 9. Where is Musgrave? It's not. Oh, this time it's going to be Isambard having to try to find a way by Johnson, and he just had enough room not to catch him at the apex again. Johnson keeping that cart down to the inside. Torino's going to have to go around him in turn 1. Isambard's lead 0.7. He doubled the lead on that last lap. Another 46.9. What did I say? He needed to get down and bang out those high 46s again. That's what he did, and that's why he's leading this race. 0.8 of a second, Isambard over Musgrave.
Yep, opening that gap up nicely here. 8/10 for Isambard Musgrave with a lap and a quarter remaining here in Homestead. The sun is back out. We've got a drying racetrack, fully on slick tires for sure. It's still a little bit damp in areas, but the lap times are getting pretty close to where they were early on Friday practice earlier on this weekend. So the white flag coming. Alan Isambard, 1 to go.
Isambard's lead pretty much the same. Both Isambard and Musgrave knocking out 46.9, so that gap of about 8/10 of a second holding strong. Same goes for Skitchy Barnes. He's got things handled, 4th overall right now. Actually, he's had a good run. You think about Skitchy getting in front of a Justin Salazar and a couple of these other drivers. Annie Rule, who get going after Pushatin got into the side of her in turn 5, retired as well. So you expect Pushatin's probably going to get a penalty to drop him down to the tail end of the order, but nonetheless up front. Final lap here for Alan Isambard. He'll come through turns number 9, 10, and 11. Isambard getting ready to roll here as the white flag being shown to Farshad Magari, but here comes Isambard out of the final corner. Double checkers from Aaron Likens. Alan Isambard winning in Pro Shifter. Billy Musgrave second, Giano Torino third, and Skitchy Barnes coming out of the final corner here as well. Counted a win for Barnes. That's actually Ken Schilling. Schilling ends up in the 3rd spot. Ken was the winner yesterday, 3rd today. Farshad Bagari ends up in 2nd, Johnston Irwin 3rd. But the winners in both categories here today, Alan Isambard and Skitchy Barnes taking the race wins in the Pro and Shifter categories respectively. It's time to go X30 Racing, Xander. Junior, Master, and Senior, the lineup. X30 to cap off today's action here on Kart Chaser.
Yep, it's coming right your way, folks, so stick with us. The action rolls on live here from Homestead, Miami. Again, Kart Chaser bringing you coverage. 3 more main events still coming your way from round 2 of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Back here to Homestead, Miami. I'm Xander Clements on Kart Chaser here with Rob Howden from eKarting News, and we are set to go green, Rob, for X30 Junior. Aiden Ingrata leading your field down to the green flag.
Ingrata and Costello on the front row. Green flag flying, and we are underway. One driver, 2 drivers together on the outside of that corner, and that's going to stack up a bunch more. 2 of the guys up front getting together.
Oh, Jacob Kolar's involved.
It was, and who's underneath Kolar, though?
I think that might be Michael Costello over there on the outside of turn number 1. That looks to be Michael Costello, Jacob Kolar, second and third from the front 2 rows.
Oh, hate that. That's going to allow Aiden and Grada to get out to a pretty early lead, I would assume. Let's have a look. They're doing what they can to get these drivers back in order, get them rolling once again. 732 involved as well. And Kolar's done. They're going to get that card up on the other side. Here comes down the back straight. Yeah, look at this lead for Aiden and Grada. I'd said this. If he has an opportunity to get through 1, 2, and 3 cleanly, Xander, based on the speed he's shown all weekend, it could be lights out for the entire field because Grada's been that good. He's now 1.2 seconds ahead of João Vergara, who runs second. Brandon Carr in the third spot. Stephen Miller and Teddy Musella rounding out the top 5 at the end of the first circuit, but tough to see second and third go out in the opening corner.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate here. 1 lap complete. João Vergara, Brandon Carr, Stephen Miller, Teddy Musella. I mean, it looks like a lot of those kids in the first couple rows ended up unfortunately taken out. Obviously, the 2 biggest names were Michael Costello and Jacob Kolar. Julian DaCosta involved. Alexander Chartier involved. Lorenzo Castillo was the driver that was turned around coming to the green, I believe.
Man.
Tough. Yeah. Tough. Sorry.
You know, you're a racer. You're so focused. You just want to get through those opening couple of quarters. Let me get into the early fight. And then you feel that contact from behind, and it's like when you lose a chain. It's that gutting feeling of losing control and seeing the rest of the field stream by.
Well, it's tough because, you know, they're all planning on it. They're all expecting that contact. You know, they're all giving the right amount of space and braking right when they think they need to, you know, and then it just happens really fast.
Yeah.
You get that one extra shunt or a little bit more force from behind, and then before you know it, you're on top of somebody. And it happens really in an instant, Rob, at about probably 100 feet in maybe 2 seconds.
That's exactly it.
You know, so for Kolar, I mean, I think he barely had time to process it that he was out of the race, and then I saw him put his helmet down in his hands, and I was like, man, you hate it for him because he had such a great run going today. So well deserved for all the hard work that they've put together over the last few years, and you know, a debut that is still very promising, and they got a lot of good takeaways here on the Alonso kart for the first time.
You know, you leave here, you pack up, and you head home, and you realize you had the speed to run up front in X30 Junior, right? Even though it's not a result, you know you had the speed to be there, and that's what you got to take home. That's the takeaway, as you had said. We're watching Aiden and Grada, the run out front. He's doing a great job, not surprising. 2 seconds out. João Vergara, Brandon Carr, and Stephen Miller in that second group. That's what you're watching, but there's Ingrata now into turn number 5. Just looking strong, and just exactly what I expected. Again, I knew that if he was able to get out front based on the pace that he's had, that we could see him stretch away. He's got a 2-second advantage, but again, we're going to see a pretty good battle for second, third, and fourth. It's kind of been the order of the weekend. We've had a driver well out front, and there's an awesome battle for the final 2 spots on the podium.
Yeah, we definitely have here, and we've seen some great finishes, but that was a lot on Saturday. We haven't seen as much of it here today for sure, so we'll put this battle for second in the top right corner of your screen. We're also going to send it down trackside to our Jenna Tommy here in just a moment. She's caught up with Paulie Massimino, who is lining up here inside the top 10 for your X30 Senior main event.
Hi, I'm here with Paulie Massimino. Paulie, you had a pretty brutal pre-final today and even crashed yesterday. What's the racing been like this weekend?
Yeah, the racing's been pretty all over the place. I mean, the outside's pretty rough when the rain comes down. So the best spot is to be on the inside, but it don't really matter where you start. You could get crashed anywhere. But yeah, so far so good. We'll just keep pushing.
Yeah, you mentioned the rain. What's it been like battling the weather these last few days?
Yeah, the weather's been pretty crazy. It's not so much the changing your driving. That's the easy part. The rough part is for all the tuners out there having to go back and forth.
What's your strategy for making it on top in the final? What's your strategy for getting on top in the final?
Make it through the start, not do another flip, and go to the front.
Yeah, you guys heard it here first. Thanks, Paulie. Back to you, Trev.
Hey, Xander, that could be a new T-shirt for Kart Chaser. Don't flip. Get through turn 1, don't flip.
Get through turn 1, don't flip. That's a good idea.
And then go to the front.
Anything would go better than yesterday. Obviously, big good luck here to Paulie Massimino. We'll see how many more senior drivers we can rally up here, because right now it is, again, kind of tame here for X30 Junior. While we were away, Stephen Miller was able to work his way past João Vergara, so that moved him up into second. And he was a 1/10 of a second faster than Aiden Ingrata that time, 2 seconds back from the Canadian race leader, but, you know, still impressive to at least be on the level with the pace.
If he finishes second, what a day. Already a race win in KA 100. Comes into second at X30. This guy is rolling right now. I love it.
Definitely.
Good for Stephen Miller.
Yeah, great way to, again, really, like we talked about, setting the tone for the national season.
Yeah.
He was at the majority of the U.S. Nationals last year. I think they're looking at another full program this year. Definitely they'll be back, obviously, for the second weekend of the SKUSA Winter Series to try and contend for a championship. But, really, really great weekend here to start your 2022 calendar and to go into it with a lot of confidence.
Dude, let's grab a couple. Remember what happened in qualifying? Because we had the different weathers, we had to, instead of having the fast group able to get a session would move themselves forward, we had a lot of fast guys that started deeper in the field. Max Garcia, 11th. He started 26th, so he's already up 15 spots. Go a little farther forward. Caleb Gaffera up 16 positions. He started 21st. Gaffera is now into the 5th spot. And look at Hudson Schwartz as well. He started 23rd. He's up into 9th. A bunch of guys started deeper in the field, able to get through the chaos of turn number 1, somehow not getting clocked in there and getting themselves up here as well. So obviously both Garcia and Gaffera, two drivers that were mired further down in the qualifying session.
And there are quite a few other drivers that have slowly worked their way up the field as well. Beckham Jasir up 14. Cooper Beasley up 18 positions here from the drop of the green. A lot of drivers making up some ground. Also lost quite a few there with that turn 1 incident. Michael Costello looks like he was able to get back going under his own power. So we'll keep an eye on the number 723, the progress he can make back forward here in the field. Sebastian Weldon, not a massive change up from the start, up 7 positions into 15th so far. But we'll keep on going here as we watch your Speed Lab Racing Engines X30 Junior main event continue to roll on. Aiden Ingrata, 14 laps remaining. Here's Max Garcia on screen. That's another one of your contenders from yesterday. Got into that bump and run last lap, last corner battle with Ingrata. And Garcia, not the best qualifying in his group today. And then with that 101% roll, ends up starting pretty deep in the pack and didn't really get to do too much with it in the pre-finals. He's up 15 positions into 11th as we go back to Vergara, and he is under fire again from Brandon Carr. Purple lap time that time did go to Garcia at a 49 flat. Aiden Ingrata 49.5, Stephen Miller 49.5, so Garcia quickest on the racetrack. He's 9 seconds back though from anyone, 7.5 or so back for this battle for the third position between Vergara and Brandon Carr. And is back here on the outside edge of your top 5 with Caleb Gaffera up 16 spots. So very impressive performance here for Caleb Gaffera. As we see, there's the pass. Carr able to get by Vergara. So Brandon Carr up onto the podium here, and the Brent looking pretty good here in his return stateside into the X30 Junior class with help from the Team Bennick operation. And little love tap there from Vergara. I don't think that was on purpose. I think he was trying to push him forward. No, he is trying to go by him. Yao Vergara goes by Carr, and Carr goes wide. Carr goes way off. Way wide there for Brandon Carr down to turn number 1. He must have had an issue or something because Caleb Gaffera went by, and we just followed on Yao Vergara. And Carr there back now about half a second from Gaffera. So Gaffera's like, well, thank you very much, boys. I'll take that. I'll take this too. Let me get a podium spot. Caleb Gaffera up into 3rd. He'll take another position away. And a great run here in the works for Caleb Gaffera as they go side by side behind him. There's Carr this time. No love lost to Yao Vergara. He'll get by him, but now it's for P4 instead of P3. Down the front stretch, Aiden Ingrata continues to show the way down to turn number 1. 1.7 seconds back to Stephen Miller, who is closing in on him, closing the gap. 1.7 seconds back. Again, unfortunate for Max Garcia, who was up there yesterday with a lot of pace. Consistently fastest driver on the racetrack by 3 to 4 tenths of a second. He is 9 seconds back, having to start 26th on the grid, up 16 spots now to 10th. Just went by Hudson Schwartz, starting to dig towards Leonardo Escorpione, Matias Orwela, and more. 11 laps to go here, Rob. Back with me here in the booth, Aiden Ingrata, 1.7 seconds out front. Stephen Miller's chipped away a little bit, and we've got a driver in the barriers over in turns 1 and 2. The 797.
Frederick Lemieux.
Yes. Oh, he has had a rough week. I know he had already a rough wreck here in turn number 12, I believe, in qualifying yesterday. So Frederick Lemieux in the barrier, and that will end his day, obviously, as Max Garcia, watching the leaderboard, has picked up another position. Caleb Gaffera's gap, watching that as well, back to Brandon Carr, about the same 2 tenths. while Aiden Ingrata holding that 1.6 to 1.7 second advantage to Stephen Miller.
Yeah, what a run for Caleb Gaffera, up 18 spots, obviously able to kind of navigate his way through that chaos in turn 1 and 2, but putting the great pace down, a 49.5 right there. Leaders are doing 5s, 3s, 4s, whatever it may be. Brandon Carr right there behind him as well, but wow, what a great fight we've got going. Good up for Ingrata, 1.6, but hey, Stephen Miller chipping away at that here as they work their way through turn number 12 right now. You can see Miller getting a bit closer. He'll come into the screen right at the end. That's first and second. And then we've got Gaffera and Carr, both those drivers going green last time by. 49.3 for Gaffera, 49.5 for Carr.
Yeah, Aiden Ingrata's pace not exactly where it was above the field as it was in the pre-final. He lost 0.3 to Miller that time by, moving that gap from 1.7 to 1.4. So massive, massive drop for Aiden Ingrata. And granted, we've only got 8 laps to go at the line, but that's still more than enough time for your second-place driver, Stephen Miller, to get there.
You want to make a name for yourself in national karting, come to the SKUSA Winter Series and win KA 100 and X30 Junior. Oh my goodness, what a day it could be here for Stephen Miller. He is all up on the curb coming out of turn 12.
He's digging.
Well. Hey, listen, you can see it, right? You're getting hungry. You know what it's like when you've been digging in second. I said this, I'm not a great leader, but you get me in second, I can dig down to try to work my way forward. He is really on it right now. Last time by, another 0.3 of a second he takes out of the lead.
We can fit them both into frame now to show you the gap. Aiden Ingrata only about 6 or 7 car lengths up on Stephen Miller. At one point, this gap was more than 2 seconds. Miller has chipped it away. As long as he can continue to push and maintain that level of pace, he will be there in about another 5 laps or so, maybe less. Last time by, another 0.3 chipped off the gap. So moving at a 49.2 second pace. The only other driver on that level was Caleb Gaffera last time by at a 49.247. Let's see where they're at this time. 7 to go.
7 laps remaining. All these drivers up front knocking down their fastest personal laps. Brandon Carr able to get by Gaffera. In fact, where's Gaffera's falling down the order? What has happened to Caleb? He's going down the order. We got trouble for Gaffera. Not sure where Gaffera is, but he looks like he is out of this race. Trying to scan around the racetrack. Couple drivers off over here, the exit of turn number 2, Xander. Gaffera's one of them. He is done.
Oh, man.
Caleb Gaffera, who is P3, out of the race over here in turn number 2. Tough one for Gaffera, who had turned good lap times. Brandon Carr got by. Not sure what happened there to Gaffera, but that's going to move Enzo Vidmontien up into the 4 spot. Garcia goes P5. 21 spots up for Garcia into the top 5 from 26th.
Quite a massive improvement there for Max Garcia. He is hunting down Enzo Vidmontien. Would love to get onto the box, but he's going to need a lot more than that because his pace is about even to Brandon Carr here with 6 to go. Should be able to get a challenge into Vidmontien. And speaking of challenge, again, that gap a little bit shorter this time for the top 2.
I'll say this right now. The jump from micro to mini, not as near as bad as mini up to junior. That's, I think, a really big gap. The kart's obviously a much different ride. Everything's a bit different. So Enzo Vidmontien jumping from mini as the champion last year in the Pro Tour up here into the junior categories. X30 Junior, not even KA 100, up into the X30. For him to run P4 right now, this is really impressive from Enzo, I think.
Very impressive here. And again, another driver that, you know, it benefits him. He's a, Floridian, resides here and races a lot at AMR Motorplex club races, so he's got a lot of time here, and he's pulling back away now from Garcia, who is falling back into Teddy Musella's clutches in the 710 RPG Cosmic, while out front, it's still Aiden Ingrata and Stephen Miller. He put, wow.
Yeah.
4/10 off the gap last time by.
Stephen Miller is up on the wheel. A handful of laps remaining for Miller on the 773. Took 4/10 out of the leader last time by. Aiden Ingrata was so impressive yesterday. Almost went for that race win, but contact between he and Garcia sent him into the barriers and allowed Sebastian Weldon to roll through to get the win. What's going to happen here right now, you think, Xander, as Ingrata's got a challenge coming here from Miller?
Yeah, he definitely does here. Maybe 3 or 4 car lengths between the pair of them. Headed to turn number 1. Ingrata still leads the way over Miller with to back his pace off, but he should be fine. And as they head for turn number 4, whoa, what a move there by Stephen Miller trying to go for the lead. Good catch there, Rob.
He tried to go to the inside. He's going to try to get in turn number 5. Miller to the inside. book it. He's through. Steve Miller has gone to the lead. A pass to the inside of 5. Stephen Miller, the new leader on the EOS.
Man, what a great pass there by Stephen Miller. Now he'll open the gap up. 3 car lengths back to Aiden Ingrata down the back straightaway. 3 laps to go. Could he sweep the day? Man, like you said, Rob, that's a way to make a name for yourselves. Hi, how are you? Or my name is Stephen Miller, and I have swept the junior classes here at the SKUSA Winter Series.
Right? Who is this guy? Hi, I'm Stephen Miller. I'm a double race winner.
Very nice way to introduce yourself here to the national scene for sure.
What a run. And listen, doing it decisively too. What a pass that was. Got a good run. Tried it in 4. Didn't quite do it, but was able to have enough speed to go down the inside of turn number 5. Heads and tails. Look how much he's pulled away already. We talked about the fact about 0.4 of a second faster almost every lap. He doesn't even have a fast lap in terms of overall. That's Max Garcia, but his quickest lap 0.2 faster than Ingrata.
Right, and, again, you talk about winning decisively. He didn't win in a fluke way in either case. K8 Junior mastering the wet conditions on slick tires, one of the hardest combinations you'll find in modern-day karting to master. He was able to pull away, pull a gap, hold it, not throw it away at the end, and manage that gap very nicely. And now here in X30 Junior, started the race decent, got a good run through the pre-final to get himself into the top 10 and start good for the main, and just chipped and chipped and chipped away until now. He has gotten himself through to the lead here with a lap and a half to go.
Wow, impressive drive for Stephen Miller up front. Ingrata runs second, Carr third. Garcia up 22 positions into 4th. Enzo Vidmonte in 5th. Teddy Masella in 6th. Mateus Orjuela 7th. Sebastian Weldon from 22nd to 8th, up 14 spots. Leonardi Scorpioni in 9th, and João Vergara running in 10th spot. White flag flying, 1 more lap to go for Stephen Miller.
Final time around AMR Motorplex here. We've watched some of the battles back behind him as well. There is Max Garcia, Fast Time Award winner right now. He's gone by Enzo Vidmonte, moved safely into 4th. I got to take away that Fast Time Award, though. Matias Orjuela just went quicker as we focus back to the leaders. The Paralympic driver up 7 spots, 48.893 for Orjuela, one of the junior rookies here this weekend.
Tremendous drive for Stephen Miller. Just about 4 or 5 corners still to come as he'll work his way out of turn number 9 through 10 and 11. The box in the back part of the racetrack. Now, big run down the straightaway. He's got almost a full second advantage on Aiden Ingrata. And what a day for this young driver. Stephen Miller wins in KA 100, and he's an X30 winner as well. Miller, triumphant here at Homestead, winning round number 2 of the SKUSA Winter Series in X30 Junior. Miller wins over Aiden Ingrata, who led a majority of the race. Brandon Carr coming home for 3rd. Max Garcia up 22 positions to finish in 4th. Enzo Vidmonte in 5th. Mateus Orjuela with the fast lap of the race in 6th. 7th is Musella. 8th, Weldon. 9th, Scorpioni. And 10th is Noah Rosser.
Noah Rosser, of course, the big mover back in the pre-final, picked up over 20 positions back then, Rob. And then some other notables here from that one. Cooper Beasley, the Motown Sport Barrel driver, up 23 positions on the back of the grid to finish in 12th behind Salim Hanna. Beckham Jasir up 17 spots into 13th. He had a good run going there in the pre-final before the issue plagued him with the DNF. Isaac De Silva up 18 positions. Michael Costello rebounds back from that massive wreck in turn number 1. What could have been here, but a lot of pace for the 723. You talked about Jacob Kolar walking away with confidence. Costello deserves to walk away with his head held high. That was a great comeback drive. Picks up a lot of spots to finish 18th. Unfortunate for Caleb Gaffera and the like here, of course. Gaffera running inside the podium along with João Vergara inside the top 5, and both with DNFs here late in the going. That wraps it for X30 Junior. Of course, Rob, we've still got 2 more races headed our way.
2 more races to go, X30 Master, and then we'll cap things all off with what should be a fantastic battle in X30 Senior. Folks, don't go anywhere. More to come live here on Kart Chaser.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Oh, welcome back here to AMR Motorplex here. We are live, and again, we've got more trucks around the racetrack here that are watching the racing action. Check it out, a couple guys on the back tailgating, Rob. I don't know if there's a better way to spend a Sunday afternoon than watching some go-kart racing.
I'm liking it. It looks pretty comfortable over there. Good vantage point to watch the action here from trackside. Again, just 2 more races still to go to cap off the opening 2 rounds of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Cold one, tailgate, works for me.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Obviously, X30 Master is coming on up. Let's see if we can pull up the starting lineup here for your X30 Master pre-final. Walk you on through it. Of course, Michelle Garrido won the pre-final, your winner of yesterday's main event. He's going to lead them to the green alongside Danilo Romalo.
Yeah, look out for Luis Schiavo starting on the inside of row number 2. I think he'll be impressive. Got a good run up through the pre-final to go P3. He'll start alongside Pro Tour champion Mario Barrios for Rollison Performance Group.
Lucas Iglesias will lead off the inside of row number 3 in the number 504. And to his outside, it'll be the number 517 International Motorsport entry of Fernando Agallo.
On row number 4 on the inside, Diego Rodriguez, the number 526. On the outside, the 569 of Dario Gallagher.
We'll move back here to the outside edge of your top 10. It is Dan Breitenstein in the Reisel Racing number 505. And to his outside, it'll be Tom Gerstner in the 506. Couple DNFs in the pre-final, Ruben Ravello and Thiago Goncalves. Goncalves, who actually started up front in yesterday's main in the dry, so we'll see if he can rebound here to get some pace going in the main event. With 2 more main events still to come here, Rob, anyone's guess, really, of what we are going to see here, because that X30 Senior pre-final was wild. Yesterday's main event, more of a chess match once things kind of got settled out. In the Masters class, I mean, just as unpredictable.
Just as wide open and unpredictable as the weather here today as well, because all of a sudden we've got sun down here, just absolutely kind of a beautiful afternoon. The breeze has actually, kind of come down a little bit as well. Just a really solid afternoon for a couple more races to cap things off. But again, looking forward to this X30 Masters class. Kind of a precursor, right? The calm before the storm. Out of the frying pan into the fire. X30 Senior will cap things off when we're all done here.
Yeah, X30 Senior, of course, that one always make sure to line the fences up. And so we've got plenty of people already, you can see, starting to work their way up to the grid to watch the X30 Masters or to find their place in the grandstands for the X30 Senior main event, because it's first come, first served general admission seating. You want to get up as high as you can to see the whole racetrack.
Yeah, and the driver's getting ready to roll. Michelle Garrido will lead them out here. The winner yesterday in our X30 Masters class, the category brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Danilo Romalo on the outside. He was a podium finisher yesterday as well. So I think the opening couple laps are going to be crucial to run through turn number 1, 2, and 3. We had really clean starts yesterday, Xander, and it almost feels like some drivers, because it was so clean yesterday, they may have pushed it a little more this weekend or today. We had a couple of wrecks there. No pushback bumpers. Everybody was worried about having the first turn wrecks again. I guarantee a bunch of penalties are getting dropped down to those drivers who got crazy down in turn number 1. It's all about the video marshaling system now to make sure drivers stay honest.
Definitely here. As we watch them start to make their way down the backstretch, they'll form up here and get set to go green. Michelle Garrido to the inside again of row number 1 with Danilo Romalo to the outside lane. You can see the skies there behind the SuperKarts USA inflatable look a little bit darker, but really we've got blue skies, and the sun is shining here in Homestead. It's a long-awaited sight to see, but luckily we've got it. We're in the lines. We're underway down to turn number 1 here for X30 Master. Good start, it looks like, for everybody. They'll make it through cleanly. Couple bits of drivers going through the outside curb and spurting up some water, but other than that, clean and green down to turn number 4. Let's see who's gotten away with what. Garrido, your leader. It looks like a good start there for Romalo into second, and I believe that's Luis Schiavo looking for second from third, taking it.
Yeah.
Nice move in turn 5.
Yeah, Schiavo wasted no time at all there. Xander goes to P2 with a move to the inside of Romalo. I think he's going to want to go to the lead, to be honest. Schiavo had some issues yesterday. I think he had the pace. He believes he should have been the driver on top of the podium, so he'll go to work immediately here on Garrido as they work their way out at turn number 12. 3-driver breakaway, little room back there to Mario Barrios, who runs in the 4 spot. And then 5th is going to be Iglesias, I believe. Yeah, Lucas Iglesias in the 5:04, sliding into that 5th position. So, again, Michel Garrido out of the gate as the race leader. Schiavo into second. Everybody clean and green through the opening circuit. This will be a 22-lapper. What happened here? A little bit of a gap. Good lead right now for the 5:07 of Garrido. Kind of figured that Luis Schiavo would be a lot closer, but he has been able to stretch away a little bit here on the opening circuit. So move Garrido out front comfortably. Had about 0.4 of a second first time by the stripe. It's going to be a lot more than that. So here's the leader right now, Garrido again. 1.2 seconds. As I said, I expected potentially that Luis Schiavo was going to be able to take the spot, but it looks like Schiavo potentially with a problem. And yeah, he has fallen to the tail of the field, able to continue. Looks like he may have spun around, so a spin for Schiavo, and he's fallen all the way back to 11th. So the challenge that we thought we were going to have for Schiavo, he ends up having trouble, and he falls back into the 11th position. He'll have to dig his way back forward. It's not going to be a race win for Schiavo with 7.4 seconds back, but he'll put his head down and get himself back into the fight here. Schiavo will try to potentially get back to the top, maybe top 5. I don't know. He'll have to put some really good lap times down if he wants that to happen. It's a 1.2 second lead for Michel Garrido, comfortably across the line. Romalo and Barrios in second and third. Quick lap there for Barrios now, 50.014, 10th quicker. Schiavo all the way back to 9th. He's 0.7 of a second behind Dario Gallagher with 0.6 quicker, so look for him to get up into the 8th spot pretty quickly. Diego Goncalves in 7th is 3.3 seconds behind Breitenstein, so that could be obviously the big gap there for Schiavo once he gets to that position, gets up to 7th. I don't know if he's got enough speed to pull that much cushion out from Breitenstein in 6th position. We'll look at lap times. Garrido down the back straight. There's Romalo and Barrios. Again, X30 Master on the racetrack. X30 Seniors rolling down into the grid. Get ready to fire things up here. .49.747, another fast lap for Garrido. This looks like it's going to be one of those races where he just puts his head down, bangs off consistent laps. I'm going to be talking a lot about the consistency we see out of the Alessandro Racing driver, Michel Garrido, in the 5:07. Into the inner loop. Masters drivers, 30 years of age and older, part of the Supercards USA program. Schiavo up into 7th, able to get Gallagher, like I had said, now 7th position. 6 seconds behind Breitenstein, though. We'll see what kind of lap times he can turn here, because Schiavo, we would expect him to turn a lot quicker laps. I'm going to try to pick him up myself on track. Yeah, he's way back. Let's see if there's any damage to the car as they come through here. No, finally gets down to the 49s. All right, 49.763. He was the fastest driver on the racetrack last lap. Schiavo, 10.4 seconds behind. So again, big lead here right now for Michel Garrido. Daniel Romalo runs second, Mario Barrios in third. Let's head back to Xander Clemens. Let's get some interviews going here for drivers in X30 Senior.
Yeah, we're down here on the right track side with Louis Westover. Louis, long flight over here at stateside. How does it feel to be back with the solo guys again?
It's great, yeah, I love being back here. Since they lifted the travel restrictions, it's just great to be back and hoping to have a bigger season this year.
And you guys have made some good progress this week, and obviously happy hour was cool going on the slick tires and putting a second on everybody, but it seems like you guys have kind of found a little more pace as the weekend's gone on.
Yeah, we're lacking a tenth or two in the dry, but in the drying conditions were quick, so hopefully there's a bit of rain today in the final and we'll be there.
That pre-final was pretty gnarly for a lot of guys here in X30 Senior. What can the viewers at home expect here from this main?
A crazy race. Yeah.
Well, Louis, I want to wish you best of luck. You're at least rolling off from a decent spot inside the top 10. Best of luck here in the final, buddy.
Thank you.
Back to you, Rob.
Yeah, Xander, always great to have Louis Wester over here from the UK, running with Solo Kart USA, Adam Pettit and Sal Spirasio's program. Very impressive driver. We've seen him on the podium here before. Watching the drivers. That battle continuing here now. Look at that scrap a little further back. I like that. That's the 505 of Dan Breitenstein working away on Diego Rodriguez here as well. Rodriguez now P5, Breitenstein in 6th. Schiavo closing up, though he's 4.7 seconds behind. He was quicker by about 3 or 4 tenths of a second. Going to try to work his way forward. There's trouble for the 528 has gone off. The 528 off the racetrack here. That is Ruben Ravello. So trouble for Ruben from the 10th position. Michelle Garrido leading the way, but Ramalho just turned fast lap, 49.671. Garrido, Ramalho, Barrios, Iglesias, and Rodriguez. Top 5 drivers. Dialing things in here again. We got some of our drivers in the X30 Senior group coming over here. You know, Xander having a chance to talk to Louis Westover. Always great to have Louis here. Like you said, I love that. It's going to be a fun race. Like, it's going to be exciting. He knows what he's going to be throwing it in there. It's going to be a lot of fun the opening lap.
Well, we talk about fun drivers here. We got one of the most drivers that has the most fun here in the pits, and that is Paul Bocuse. He's here with our Jenna Tommy, and right now I'm not sure what kind of flexing contest is going on, but Jenna, talk to us. What you got down there?
I'm here with Paul Bocuse, who's been one of the front runners in our X30 Senior main events. Paul, what can our viewers expect from this race?
A lot of fun racing. You know, I'm just going to go out there, try my best. I might not win. Probably not going to win, but I'm going to try to win.
Yeah, you are. How amped or how nervous are you to start this main event?
I'm pretty excited. You know, I'm a little nervous. I don't really get nervous normally, but I'm feeling a little extra nervous for this race.
The nerves are flowing. That's what you got from Paul Bocuse. Thanks, Andrew.
I like it. I think he's going to be strong.
Paul Bocuse, I told Paul even when we started Kart Chaser over a year and a half ago, I couldn't wait for him to advance up into the senior class. He's a personality I've been looking forward to. The kid has a lot of fun.
I like it.
He enjoys being at the racetrack, and he gives all of them a good time. You know, I mean, he's not afraid to go up and tease Norberg or anyone. It doesn't matter where he's running to go and mess with them. As we see Barrios mess with Schiavo or Romalo a little bit there, popped up onto the rear bumper, and he's beating away on it there through turn 11.
I really thought that Garrido was going to be able to pull away a lot more, Xander. He's only 0.3 of a second. In fact, here's a move for Barrios. Deep move to the inside.
Nice.
Mario Barrios goes to P2. Interesting right now, Schiavo turning purple laps every time he rolls by. If they start racing up front, he's only 8 seconds back with 12 to go. He's only 3 seconds back from Dan Breitenstein. I don't think Schiavo's going to win this, but he's definitely one we can watch here. But these top 3 drivers separated by less than a second. Look at Barrios. He has not had this much speed all weekend. If he has what it takes to go to the front, you know the Pro Tour champion will get it done.
Yeah, but that was a big bobble right there for out of turn number 5. I don't know what just happened for Barrios. He was super slow coming out of the hairpin. Romalo's gone back by him, and he's lost like 5 car lengths.
What happened?
I don't know if they were battling or if he was defending, but now Garrido's got his gap as we approach the halfway mark. Cross flags coming. 11 in, 11 to go. Michelle Garrido leads your way down to turn 1.
That is wild. I thought that maybe Barrios would be able to dial it in. A mistake for him there, as he said, in turn number 5. Had just got into second. Was really only probably about a half a second behind the leader. We thought we had a battle. Now the gap back to 1.1 seconds. Schiavo 49.342, 0.3 quicker. 7.7 seconds behind. He needs somebody to start battling up front if he's going to be able to get even closer. But he's pretty close. He's like, 2.7 seconds behind Dan Breitenstein right now, and was 3 tenths of a second quicker. Should be about 6 or 7, maybe 8 laps and Schiavo could get a chance to get to Breitenstein. Up front, though, Garrido leading by 1.1 seconds now. Let's see if Barrios can reset. Press that reset button, get back at it again. It was a strong move in the inside of turn 12 to get by Ramalho, too. Sad to see him lose that after making what was a really strong pass.
Definitely unfortunate there for him to, because, I mean, he'd been working on Ramalho for quite some time to try and find a way past him. And like you said, Rob, strong pass when he was able to get it done. And just quickly, an issue there or just a mistake for Mario Barrios, which is rare to see out of any level SKUSA Pro Tour champion, and then for a guy like Barrios who is gearing up to go after that title again here in 2022. As they work their way towards turns 10 and 11, we'll come to see 9 laps to go this time by for Garrido. And again, I think, we might finally be in the clear where we're going to get a fully dry X30 Senior race, which we haven't had. They haven't really had a dry session all day.
Yeah,
so, much like a lot of the classes. So for many of these drivers, they're kind of guessing at what kind of setup they need to throw at the car.
Yeah, track much different than it was yesterday for sure. We had that rain again this morning, so we haven't had a track that's been fully rubbered up as we would have expected throughout maybe a dry weekend here at Homestead. Working our way into the second half of this race here for X30 Masters. 9 laps remaining for Michel Garrido, who's got about a 9/10 of a second lead over Danilo Ramalho. Barrios, who had made a move by, not able to get the pace again. He's fallen down to a 49.6, 2/10 off of Garrido last time by. Same goes for Schiavo. He was about a half a second faster than Breitenstein last couple laps, maybe a 10th or two. So he looks like he may be stalled out in the 7th position.
Yeah, definitely appears to be, and definitely, I don't know if anyone would have predicted the way this would have gone, besides maybe Garrido, because with how quick Schiavo was in that pre-final, how quickly he carved up, and even early on in this main event with Mario Barrios carving his way forward as Ramalho goes purple that time. So now he starts to chip back into the gap by Garrido, and maybe a second wind here for Danilo Ramalho to make one more shot at it.
The best grouping on the racetrack right now, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Lucas Iglesias, Diego Rodriguez, and Dan Breitenstein. They are nose to tail for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
And they're having a good little battle back there.
There's a pass right there, too. Rodriguez to the inside of Iglesias. He'll take the spot.
Yeah, great battle there for this 3-car train. So good call there, Rob. Rodriguez to 4th, Iglesias back to 5th. Breitenstein still sitting there in the 6th position, just following. 7 laps to go when they get back around to the start-finish line here as your leader comes across. Let's see if Garrido's lost any more time. 49.5, 49.4. Danilo Ramalho kicks another 10th away as Breitenstein gets by.
Good pick up there. Kyle giving us the shot of Breitenstein making a move to the inside of turn number 12. Great pass for Breitenstein to get in there. He's into the 5th position, started 9th.
Yeah, our production team, man, our massive team switching all these cameras. No, our guy behind the scenes, Kyle, has been killing it this weekend, and that was a great job switching back and forth between 2 different battles.
Yeah, shout out to Kyle Cuthbertson handling the production of the broadcast here this weekend. Good battle here. Let's see if Breitenstein got anything for Rodriguez now. He's worked his way into 4th. They're far enough back, 3.5 seconds back. They're not going to be in the fight up front, but we're definitely watching Danilo Ramalho chipping away at it. 7 more laps to go. He's only 7/10 back. Coming across the line, he's been getting about a 10th of a second a lap. This time, no. Garrido does a 49.4, his best lap so far, and Garrido's going to stretch that gap to almost 8/10 of a second.
Yeah, 6 laps to go here for Michel Garrido. With that gap opening back up again, he'd need a big mistake really to kind of open the window of opportunity for Danilo Ramalho. And right now at that gap at 7 or 8/10, he's more than safe. Could go pretty hard for a couple more laps, and then when he hits the 2 to go, white flag signal, dial things back a little bit.
And you wonder what happened to Mario Barrios. Made it past on Ramalho. He'd gone to 2nd. It looked like he was getting ready to reel in Garrido, and now he's having trouble. He's about a half a second off a lap. He just can't seem to have that pace, whether they went higher on the tire pressure, whatever it was, to get him into the fight maybe from the get-go. He's running 49.9s right now, not the pace he would need to get back into the fight. He's comfortably in the 3rd spot, but he's not going to be a challenger for a race win.
He is some of the most odd races I think I've seen out of a lot of drivers. It just like the pace will sometimes be there and then just magically not be there anymore. And then eventually it'll come back, and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. I mean, I obviously spent the last couple of years officiating for the U.S. Pro Kart Series, watched a lot of races as an announcer and as just a fan of the sport. And for a lot of guys, you see it's a normal bell curve. They kind of have cold tires. Some are really good on them, some not so much. Their peak is in the center. And as we see a pass there by Schiavo, getting by on Iglesias for 6th. But, they kind of hold station. If they're fast, on a normal curve through the race. most of the race they're pretty quick till maybe they fall off with tires. They don't find that speed again if they lost it at some point in the session.
Agreed.
You know, and with Barrios, it makes me scratch my head a little bit. I'm not going to lie, Rob. I don't know exactly, but and he's got obviously an interesting posture too. A lot of guys we were talking about, Eduardo Villa yesterday has such a lean back posture in the go-kart. Yep. I mean, he's fully straight-armed already. And Mario Barrios, his wheel is like fully uprighted, whereas most of the karting wheels are kind of angled down, as you see here on Garrido's machine. The arm's slightly bent. You know, that's more of a standard expected posture. And if we see Mario Barrios on camera, he looks a whole lot different in the go-kart if you really look how close his arms are.
A little bit of a lean forward almost, right?
Yeah, he's got kind of an over-hunch lean forward. His arms are much more bent. And I'll see if we can get a close shot at him while we focus on Luis Schiavo right now, a little bit further back. So we'll wait for him to come back into camera as your leaders come down the start-finish line straight once again. 3 to go here for Michel Garrido.
Ramalho went purple last time by. This time Garrido does it. Both drivers turning 49 ones. 0.6 of a second to lead for Garrido with 3 laps to go. 3 laps remaining to cap things off here in the X30 Master category. Michel Garrido looking to go back-to-back, just like Carson Morgan did, just like Alessandro Truchot did. 49.155, purple lap for Garrido. Great job there, lap 19. Car getting better and better.
Oh.
It's not sprinkling again. Why do you
really think
so?
No
way.
Kyle.
David Cole coming in too.
Oh my goodness! You have got to be kidding me. And
wow.
That's opening up the door. Look at Ramalho. He's there.
Yeah.
2 to go. Out of nowhere.
Ramalho right on him with 2 to go. What happened to Garrido there? He did a 49.1 the lap before, then did a 50.0. Lost a second in that lap almost. What is going on with Michel Garrido? It has put Ramalho right back on him with 2 to go. Danilo Ramalho in the Racing Edge Motorsports. No, that's is he with Racing Edge? Indeed he is. Yeah, yes. REM. Kevin Monteith's Canadian program. What a run right now here for Ramalho coming back in. Didn't give up at all. Looking to the inside of turn 9. Side by side. Bit of contact. And Garrido goes way off. He'll come back onto the racetrack over the grass. Ramalho with the move to the inside of 9. New leader here in X30 Master.
And that was right there just trying to hang tough, a bloody in your own nose in Garrido's part. Obviously, he was wanting to give up the pass. He knew how late in the race it was, but he can't get mad that he was forced off. Ramalho was fully there. And that's just a normal pass. And now as he pops the curb in turn 1, he's all out of sorts. He had grass on the tires going wide. You know, again, we go back talking about what the track was like just a little bit ago. When you had the high curbing, you could jump that curb, and there was not that grass patch there.
Yeah.
He would have not had nearly as dirty tires as he does right now. And Ramalho, half a lap away from what was could be a race-deciding pass.
That's exactly it. Caught up. One issue there for Garrido on a lap, brought Ramalho onto the rear bumper. Ramalho makes the move in turn number 9. We talked about making that move. It's tough to come back because you put your competition on the outside of the racetrack. Ramalho's done exactly that. Coming down the straightaway, it's a final or penultimate lap pass. Danilo Ramalho wins an X30 Master. Big finish. Michel Garrido coming home second. Mario Barrios third. And look at this battle coming across the line.
Whoa.
It's going to be Diego Rodriguez holding on to 4th. Luis Schiavo able to get back to the top 5, having fallen down to 11th. Breitenstein 6th. Iglesias 7th. And then we'll see Dario Gallagher and Diego Goncalves rounding out the 9 drivers able to make it to the checkered flag. Ramalho, though, Xander, what a final lap. 0.8 of a second to win. But that penultimate lap going down into turn number 9, I like the decisiveness. Take that apex away, and he grabbed that win.
No, yeah, that was what he did, exactly what he needed to do. That was just some good, hard, clean racing out of Danilo Ramalho, and I'm sure Garrido going to be kicking himself a little bit for that one. But again, that's the benefit of the SKUSA Winter Series having 2 full race weekends. You come back here in a month's time, you hit the reset button, then you could go after it again. And he still had a great weekend. Winner yesterday, winner today's pre-final, P2 today.
Yeah.
Nothing to hold your head about.
He'll likely lead the points heading into round number 3 and 4 next month. So, again, a tremendous drive there for Michel Garrido. But nonetheless, Danilo Ramalho able to keep his head down, getting that victory. Mario Barrios rounding out the podium unofficially rounding out the podium in 3rd. So, all in all, good penultimate race of the day because X30 Senior will cap things off. Looking forward to it, Xander. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, we cannot wait. Stick with us, folks. Kart Chasers live coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series rolls on. The X30 Pro Seniors are up next.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Goodness, Rob Howden, Xander Clements here with you, live in the booth. We are ready to get some X30 main event racing going on. Rob, we've been treated to great racing all day. I don't even know what you can say more to hype everybody up because the fences are lined, the stands are filling. It's main event time.
Yeah, it's time to get these Pro X30 drivers out onto the racetrack. This is going to be a lot of fun. Of course, the pressure from the first round of yesterday only boiling over now to Sunday's race. Round 2, we'll be back here again in February for rounds 3 and 4. Let's have a look at the grid, getting ready. And the guy starting on the pole position, redemption after getting DQ'd in Tech yesterday. Alessandro DiTullio for Parolin USA starting on the inside of the front row on pole. Mateus Morgado, a very talented driver, starting on the outside.
Moving back to row number 2, it'll be Trinity Karting Group's own Thomas Nevo to the inside of Brazilian Diego Ramos, making it 2 Brazilians in the first 2 rows.
Row number 3, Paulie Massimino starting on the inside, Noel Leon on the outside.
Moving back to row number 4, it's Hannah Greenemeyer and Louis Westover.
Coming onto the front straightaway, let's cap off the top 10. Noah Baker on the inside, keep your eyes on double Super Nationals winner Jeremy Fletcher on the outside of row number 5. Field set, into the staging lanes, final race of the day, green, 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 and into turn number 1. How do they fare through turn number 1? A couple of drivers, a little bit of side-by-side argy-bargy. Otherwise, everybody clean and green coming out of turn number 3. Xander, first time down to turn number 4. DiTullio with the lead.
And this time it looks like the field's kept together a lot better here. Ramos slots into 4th, signals to Morgado to work together. Let's go forward, and they will. They stay single file. We're not going to see the top 2 get away this early. Here's Thomas Nevo looking for the lead a little bit on DiTullio, partially defending as well. And Morgado will get close as they come out of turn number 9. Look at that massive shot back to Noah Baker there.
Yeah, Thomas Nevo, P2. Look at DiTullio starting to stretch away a little bit. Nevo's not going to want to let him get that far out as they'll settle into the battle here. Morgado, I believe, slotting into P3. Indeed, first time by the stripe. 21 laps to go. The first one in the books of a 22-lapper. Main event time for X30 Senior to cap off the day's action here from Homestead.
Down the straight to turn number 4. I think we'll see a pass for second here. Thomas Nevo, no, for the lead. What a send by Thomas Nevo. He's going to get crossed up. DiTullio getting back by him. Ramos battling for 3rd, and there's Nevo. This time he'll get cleared. Thomas Nevo, he was 2 kart lengths back coming out of turn number 3. I thought he was going to get past. Instead, he went for the lead.
And clean move there for DiTullio as well. No need to fight him for it. No need to pinch him down at all. Hold that position, and he was able to tuck back into second. Nouveau now the new leader.
Yeah, let's see it coming down the back straightaway here to put 2 laps in the books. Thomas Nevo, your leader. Alessandro DiTullio in second. They'll round the final corner and put another one down. Towards turn number 1, it's about a 5-car gap from DeTulio back, and then we've got Noah Baker's group that just went side by side for about 7th, with Paulie Massimino and I believe Hannah Greenemeyer leads the next train.
Yeah, good little opening couple of laps. Drivers kind of settling into positions. Those, kind of getting aggressive early as they often do, try to get a couple spots here and there. But then for that middle last, maybe lap 3, 4, 5, settle in to see what you've got. Try to get that gap from the guys behind you. If you keep fighting, you keep everybody with you. If you can settle in for a couple of laps, that field will start to extend away just based on pace.
Right, and right now the top 2 have gotten away a little bit. I didn't think it might happen like it did yesterday, but the reason for that is they've been battling a lot for 3rd. Noel Leon up quite a few positions here from a poor start, now up into 3rd, has gone by Diego Ramos, and the Alessandro's Racing Tony Kart driver leads the train down to turn number 1 as they go single file with Leon out in front of the group, Ramos right behind him, and we'll see your leaders here take them to turn number 4.
I talked to Thomas Navu earlier today, about what happened yesterday. He was great speed throughout the day, but got involved in an incident in turn number 3, got pinched out to the wall, instead able to make a move, or rather, instead of out of that race, now running up front. He's got some redemption, too. Did not like the way yesterday finished. He's now running up front. Both he and DeTulio obviously tried to get what they didn't get yesterday today. Good racing further back, though, 3rd back to about 10th.
Yeah, it looked like everyone might have been able. Oh, we got 2 together. Jeremy Fletcher is out again, this time with the 318 machine. That is, he had a poor start, Fletcher did, and now he has gotten tagged together with Donovan Bonilla way down the order.
Yep.
So rough weekend here in X30 for Jeremy Fletcher.
And here's a guy that showed good speed, too. I think, wasn't he like fastest 3 of the 4 or 3 of the
3 out of the 5, yeah. But he only ran 4, so technically 3 out of 4. Yeah, so unbelievable consistency. And, yeah, as we see the yellow flags waving there, your leaders coming on through. There is Fletcher moving his cart out of the way, Bonilla out of the way as well. They're both done. Your leaders now with a couple second gap because they've shuffled so much for 3rd. Mateus Morgado shuffled Noel Leon back. That was just a moment ago on your screen. Ramos into 4th, Leon 5th, Louis Westover, we talked to him before the race, he's up into 6th. Paul Bocuse, talked to him, up a couple spots into 9th from 13th.
But well, both of those guys told us to watch out, too.
Oh, yeah.
Is good. So Westover's putting the show on that he promised. I like that.
Well, here's about a show. Alessandro DeTulio spent a lot of yesterday following Eduardo Villa and then making a late move with about 4 to go. He's in a very similar position right now with Thomas Nevo leading DeTulio about 2 car lengths back.
Nevo getting that car to rotate a bit, tapping that brake, coming in. You can see him making the transition through 5, 6, 7, and 8, looking very strong. Thomas Nevo in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic entry. Again, we'll see him this year in the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship for D-Force Racing. DeTulio, though, not going anywhere. The Parolin USA driver locked on. I like that look over his shoulder. He sees a big gap back, almost 2 full seconds back to Morgado. I think that DeTulio realizes where he is. He's in a spot where they have a 1.5 seconds on the guys behind him. They still got to keep pushing, but no need to battle.
Definitely here. They've got to just kind of maintain at this point here, not, really throw the race away. The thing is, Mateus Morgado that time by 2.5 tenths quicker, went purple, 48.300. We talked to him yesterday on the broadcast after the main event was over, and Morgado was like, yeah, my pace was there, not a great start. Once I got it there, I was as good as the leaders, and I think I can fight tomorrow. And right now, well, he's better than the leaders and a lot closer.
Louis Westover up to P5 as well, like the guys in front of him, all going with their personal best laps, 48.690 for Westover, 3 tenths off of that of Morgado. Morgado was 2 tenths quicker than the leaders. That's why he got it down to 1.6 seconds. He's got some breathing room ahead right now of Diego Romano, but I'll tell you, Louis Westover and Noel Leon, they are locked right there going down into 1.
Yeah, Westover having Leon pushing him, trying to close up to Diego Ramos, who is matching the pace of Morgado. So it's a Brazilian duo charging forward as we see Leon going by on Westover. Not quick enough for his liking. He wants to take over the lead of the 5th spot.
And that's Hannah Greenemeyer coming in behind there, the national number 1.
Oh, yeah.
She's watching them battle. She wants to get up into that fight as well for that 5th and 6th position.
Yeah, talked to Greenemeyer again yesterday. She was talking to her about how she'd been involved in points contention by the time we got to round number 4 of the SKUSA Winter Series for the last couple seasons. She's like, yeah, normally I kind of stumble and mess it up in round number 1. She came away with a 3rd place result, so really good opening weekend for her, at least in the main events. Missing a little bit in the pre-final today, kind of back up there now here in the final as she closes in on Westover.
Yeah, still a long way to go in this one, so let everybody settle in. We're only 8 laps in, 14 laps to go in this main event. Thomas Nauvoo is the driver out front, but he's got DeTulio right with him. They've developed about a 1.5 second advantage. Oh, there's DeTulio to the inside of turn number 5. Book that one. DeTulio decides to go to the lead. Not as much patience as yesterday, Xander. This could allow Morgado to get closer.
And again, a lot of these drivers, you know, the mechanics can get up to the fence line, the team managers, and let them know that right now your pace is not good enough. And that might have been the decision for DeTulio, or he might have been managing the gap himself because, again, we've been watching. He was purple last time by, but Morgado and Ramos were quicker in the previous lap. So we'll see. Can Alessandro DeTulio get redemption? It's been a year on coming for DeTulio. We thought he got it yesterday. He got the checkered flag, got it taken away in post-race tech inspection for an engine infraction. He's looking to redeem himself today and finally officially score that main event victory.
That pass over in turn number 5 is one of those ones that will really ruin a lap, right? It's going to take you 2 or 3 tenths out of the lap because you lose so much, especially for the driver getting past in Nepu. But even DeTulio, you lose so much on the inside. That brought Morgado in by about 0.4 of a second. It was 1.6 seconds back to Morgado in third, now only 1.2, and you know Morgado could feel that. He could see how much closer he is. It's going to get him up on the wheel more. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes purple here.
He's digging, but Alessandro DeTulio that time by quickest over everybody by 0.2 of a second. Morgado trying to get there. Nevo starting to fade a little bit, but Nevo was even with Morgado last time, so DeTulio looking good.
So is that the thought process? You talked about maybe the guys at the sideline telling him it was time to go, they're closing. Or did DeTulio say, hey, I just went purple. My cart's just starting to come in. I got to go to the lead because I'm going to pull away. Because literally he's almost put in 3 straight purple laps, now leading by 0.4 of a second.
Well, that's where it comes down to, right? I mean, if you end up pushing a guy's bumper by the end of a straightaway, you know, okay, maybe I just got the draft, right? But if you're running over them, not necessarily in the braking zone, but in the center of the corner, coming out of the corner, you're being able to get to their bumper, you're definitely a little bit quicker than them, and that's why he decided to go by. Or, again, like I said, it could be he's getting some signals from his team. You know, the Paralympic USA team, they're obviously lining the fence. He's got a lot of friends and family here as well, but, you know, he knows what he's doing at the senior level you do, but Carson Morgan, we talked to him off air. He didn't know it was raining. He kind of saw a few droplets until his team on the fence said, hey, we're giving him the signal that rain was coming down from the sky, which I don't even know what kind of signal you give. I think you just take your hands up and, like, throw them down and hope the driver understands, or maybe do, like, some jazz hands or something.
Here's what's key is both Nevo and Morgado just turned their fastest laps, 48.1, 48.1. DeTulio, not even his fastest lap, 0.2 faster. I think he's just the fastest guy right now midway through. 11 down, 11 to go. DeTulio is the fastest driver on the racetrack, and let's see if he gets another fast lap to pull away from Nauvoo even more. 48 flat, 48 flat. He's got a 0.6 of a second lead.
And it's so funny to again talk to DeTulio because, you know, we talked to him about the changes to the racetrack. He didn't necessarily like them. Not in a bad way. He enjoys jumping over the curbing and how it used to be, but he's adapted to this place super well and has definitely found the pace to be quick here. And again, he's had a lot of races over the course of 2021 where he should have, would have, and could have won and broken through to get that major national victory. Unfortunately, it didn't come in his rookie season. It didn't come yesterday like he thought it would, and like we posted that it did. And now he's finally going to look, but I guarantee he won't be sighing until he officially gets that trophy at Podiums.
During that Masters race, Jenna Tommy talked with Paul Bocuse. He started 13th. He's up into the 6th spot right now. He's leading the group that includes Louis Westover, Hannah Greenmeyer, and Noah Baker. Bocuse trying to close up a bit on Noel Leon. He's a second back, a little bit faster than Noel, but not bad for Paul, starting outside the top 10.
No, very impressive for Paul Bocuse, you know, and again, very, positive kid. You very rarely see him, no matter how bad his weekend's going, where he can't just have some fun, tease you and get teased back and be in a very good mood. So it's cool to see him having a good run here to close off his opening weekend on the Winter Series in senior. Obviously moved up in the Super Nationals to the senior class, moved up late last year in the summer of 2021 to senior. But for Paul Bocuse here, good run and a lot of redemption from where he was in the 2021 Winter Series, as we've got that battle on the racetrack right now.
I think Louis to the front of that. Louis Westover now to the front of that group in 6th position now. So Westover in the solo kart looking pretty good. He works his way through 12. Look at that group of drivers, though. I think that's 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th right there.
And Bocuse giving it right back to him there in turn number 1. Takes it back, says, no, you're not going to shuffle me back. I'm shuffling you back behind me. I'm leading this train. And Westover fighting, going to continue to fight. This is a great battle here for 6th.
Yeah, watch Noah Baker in there as well. Again, one of our rookie seniors right in the middle of the scrap here. They'll go down into turn number 5, stack them and pack them. Look who's in there as well. Yesterday's winner, Villa. He just got about 3 spots. Eduardo Villa able to get through. He was a winner yesterday, started 15th. He may be about 7th or 8th now.
Yeah, what a drive forward for Eduardo Villa. Terrible qualifying run for him. Picked up 15 spots in the pre-final, kind of stabilized around there. And now, again, as you mentioned, he's inside the top 10, looking for 6, going to take it away in the final corner.
Bam, moving forward. That's about all you're going to get. I don't think anybody's going to catch up to Noel Leon. They are well back, about 3.1 seconds back now from Leon. That's kind of what this battling has done. It's kind of separated them from everybody up front, the top 5. That's DeTulio, Naveau, Morgado, Ramos, and Leon. But Villa doing a tremendous job, but he's in the fight. That's Hannah Greenmeyer back to the front of that group now.
I like it. Hannah Greenmeyer, I've said it for, I mentioned it to her a few times and talked about it on Kart Chaser and plenty of our other streams. She's been roughed up for this pace she had when she broke out onto the scene in 2017. Got no love year after year after year, and it wasn't really until last year she was finally feeling and being able to push back in the right way that kind of started to get her respect and force it on these guys, and she's now got it. And that move right there, exactly that. Going right at it, being aggressive. Look at Massimino. Talk about aggressive.
Nice.
Forces Villa wide there.
Yeah, Massimino getting aggressive, going to the inside of turn 12. Got that job done. Villa able to hold on to the outside, but Greenmeyer has now moved into the 6th spot. She's got about 1.2 seconds. A little bit of cushion there for Greenmeyer as she's been able to pull away. But, again, a 1.5-second lead right now for Alessandro DeTulio. Won on the racetrack yesterday, lost it in tech. He would love to get the thing back here today to be able to stand on top of the podium. But this battle we're watching on the track right now, it's a cage match.
I feel bad. Louis Westover just got shafted right there. He was down on the bottom, and it just freight trained him without the pushback bumpers. The guys back on the line had no problem doing a bump and run. There may be a penalty coming, maybe not. For some of them not in points contention, they may not even care.
Yep.
And so Westover lost about probably 6 spots in the process. He's been shuffled to the wayside here with 5 laps to go.
5 laps remaining in X30 Senior. This category brought to you by Group A Apparel, and it's DeTulio out front by 1.7 seconds. Good fight that we've been watching, this tremendous battle from 6th on back. Normally it's not a battle you'd watch over a race, but because there's so many great guys and they're nose to tail, this is just such a great fight to watch. Up front, though, DeTulio, as we said, looking really strong as the leader.
Yeah, we've got 2 different good battles there, right? We were just on Massimino and Bocuse. Now we're kind of following John Burke's train with his Super Tune USA teammate and Noah Baker behind him. And then, of course, we've got our eye still on the leader when it happens, as we've got a pass there for 2nd. That is Mateus Morgado, has reeled in, caught, and passed. Thomas Naveau just went by him in turn number 1. So Morgado into P2.
Yeah, Naveau doing a pretty good job holding on, but again, Morgado just keeps running. There's a good gap back to Diego Ramos, so the top 3 looking pretty safe here with 4 laps to go. But Thomas Naveau trying to step back up to see if he can't work his way into Morgado again. Almost a full 2-second lead for DeTulio. Look at this further back. This is the 3:08 and the 3:71 going at it. This is Massimino, and who's the 3:71? That's Bocuse. Bocuse, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, going at it there. They've been nose to tail for a minute here. Massimino finally able to get by on Paul Bocuse. He had a bad start, slow start for Paulie Massimino here to this main event. Find some little bit of pace now has gone by him. And as we see coming down the backstretch here, more drivers will cycle on around. But let's go back up here to closer towards the front of your field here. There's DeTulio, there is Mateus Morgado, and there is Thomas Naveau. And I don't think we'll see much of a change from Naveau back to Diego Ramos, as he's about a kart length back from Morgado. Through turn 6, over to 7 and 8, and on through here the carousel, a kart length and a half between Morgado and Naveau.
Yeah, I got to say, for DeTulio to come back after what happened yesterday, I like that mentally. You know what I mean? He could have been hurt by that bit. I won this race. I didn't get it because of a tech barn infraction. But to be able to come right back and be as strong as he has been, we see the 2 to go from Aaron Likens right now as they come across the stripe. This is the driver coming into 2nd and 3rd. That's I believe is 2nd and 3rd, right? Yeah, that is Morgado and Naveau. Yep, doing a great job there in 2nd and 3rd. But, man, we're talking 2.5 seconds for DeTulio. He wanted that win yesterday, didn't get it. To be able to come back, I got to think that the celebration will be even sweeter than it would have been yesterday.
Oh, it'll be even sweeter for sure. And then that said, you know, I'm sure he won't really fully celebrate probably until Tech is done.
I agree.
But that may just be a little bit of a scarring for sure. As we see the second and third place drivers coming around. Here's DeTulio. White flag coming this time by. And again, like you said, Rob, just a great mental bit of fortitude for Alessandro DeTulio. Here comes your second and third place drivers. White flag for Mateus Morgado. I'm sure he was hoping it'd be a little closer. Look at this skirmish.
This is it.
Man, Westover just getting no love all around the racetrack. We're going to focus back in on the leaders, though, headed through turn number 4. We got problems for one driver on the front straightaway. I think it might be Noel Leon with an issue here inside the top 10, so not good for Leon. But DeTulio out of turn number 6 here. Rob, like you said, coming back after how deflating that can be. I mean, he could let that eat him alive, keep him up all night. I mean, that had to feel, especially for what was supposed to be already a redemption arc. This is redemption arc 2.0 for Alessandro DeTulio.
Let's bring him home, folks. A Paralympic USA driver out of 11, down the back straightaway. Redemption from yesterday. The winner in X30 Senior, Alessandro DeTulio. Winning by over 2.5 seconds from Mateus Morgado and Thomas Navu. What a run for DeTulio. Here comes Diego Ramos. He gets across the line as well. Hannah Greenmeyer up into the top 5 after the departure of Noel Leon. That's going to put Paulie Massimino 6th, Paul Bocuse 7th, Eduardo Vila, yesterday's winner in 8th. John Burke up 27 positions for John Burke. Started 36th. He ends up in 9th. And Carson Morgan rounding out the top 10. I like this. Morgado with a little bit of a high five there for DeTulio. What a tremendous drive for Alessandro DeTulio up front in the 320. Really took the lead and kind of walked away from it there, Xander. What a way to finish things off. Incredible drive for DeTulio, and good for Morgado as well, able to hound Navu for the whole time and finally able to take that spot. Great job for all those drivers. Diego Ramos and Hannah Greenmeyer. Again, a good run for yesterday for Hannah, and then a top 5 again. She's going to be right in the middle of the points battle.
Yeah, she's going to be right in there. I mean, you talk about drivers that win championships. It's a matter of being consistent. You don't got to win every race, but you got to be up front at every single race. A P3 and a P5 here unofficially. Great stuff for Hannah Greenmeyer. We go back on through the order. Paulie Massimino and Paul Bocuse again, 6th and 7th. Eduardo Villa, John Burke, 27 spots picked up.
Amazing.
After a DNF there in the pre-final into the top 10. Carson Morgan rounds your top 10 off. Frankie Mossman, 11th. Wes Duchek, 12th. Oh, Alan Isambard, good point there, Rob. 23 positions gained for Alan Isambard, up into 14. Let's see some of the other notables here as we go through our top 10. Lucas Mendez, 13th. Isambard, 14th. Noah Baker, 15th here. Louis Westover, man, what an up and down race for Louis.
He was in the fight for a while, ends up falling down to the 16th position. What else we got there that you like?
Let's see. Tyler McIntyre, top 5 yesterday. This just shows how different one day changes to another. 17th here today. How tough this X30 Senior Pro Class is. Makes it even more impressive for Alessandro DeTulio. And then, of course, we have the drivers where they didn't necessarily go so well. Jeremy Fletcher, Ryan Raffa involved in an early incident as well, who was super impressive here this week. And again, Aaron Benoit, DNS here on Sunday. Not sure what for. Leonardo Hassan, local kid here, put some impressive times together in practice day. Unfortunately, a DNF. And Noel Leon, with 1 lap to go, just broke down on the front straightaway. Not sure what it was. I think probably a chain with about where he was halfway down the stretch. But it is tear down time here for the SuperKarts USA Winter Series round number 2. Again, there is Jeremy Fletcher as well. And man, what an unfortunate ending here for himself. Donovan Bonilla taken out early, first lap for both drivers, Rob.
Yeah, bottom line is it was a fantastic day. Up and down. We had so much different weather. We had wet weather, we had rain, drying conditions, a ton of wind as well. You guys had to go on full recovery mode here in the Kart Chaser booth as well. Just a tremendous job all around. I'll tell you this, it's just been a great day of competition, and I think all in all, to be able to kick off the Winter Series the way we wanted to come out with some tremendous racing. Xander, really all in all, a great day. But you could throw everything possible at this race. You think about the absolute floods first on Saturday, and then we hoped for sun today, and it was a wild day all around.
Well, it was a wild day, and the day is not over. Of course, Podium Ceremonies still to come here live on Kart Chaser. When we come back from this commercial break, we will be talking to a number of your top finishers, including your unofficial race winner here on Sunday, Alessandro DeTulio. So stick with us after the commercial break. For Rob Howden with eKarting News, I'm Xander Clemens with Kart Chaser. More to come here, podiums and post-race interviews.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Paralyn USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Paralyn Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at paralynusa.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only
Welcome back here live from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. We have the majority of your top 10 finishers here with us. We're going to start talking to a number of the crew. First up, Thomas Neveau. Thomas, I went up into the scales here right before we went live and said DeTullio made it really hard to make it exciting. You were like, yeah, well, I tried. I did what I could for the first half, and the pace was good today. Definitely an improvement from yesterday. Talk to us about your weekend.
Yeah, it was a pretty good weekend. Yesterday I finished second in the pre-final. Just had an incident in turn 1, turn 2 of the first lap yesterday's final, so couldn't do a proper run to get a top 5. Today we had better pace, but just DeTullio was just so quick. He just left me on lap 10, 12, I think, and he just pulled like 2/10 every lap. So did my best, but it is what it is.
Yeah, you started off good, obviously pole and qualifying, and you know, we talk about you know, how crazy the racing can get in X30. That pre-final today was pretty hairy, you know, and then we had more of a chess match, kind of more strategy racing. It seemed like in the final where it was just pace. You know, did you expect more of the crazy racing or more like what happened on track?
I thought it would have been more of a crazy race, but I think with the water out of turn 2, it split up a bit the top 4 in the first few laps, so we just managed to pull away, and after that was just raw pace, and I just didn't have it.
Right, and that was it. Describe to the viewers here, I thought you were going to get passed down at turn number 4, and that's when you got to the lead, and it was because DeTullio hit the water, yeah?
Yeah, lap 1, I thought he was gone already. It was like maybe 3 or 4 kart lanes in front, and he just hit the water patch, and I just went on the curb, had more grip, and I caught him back, and that was the only place I could overtake him. I knew if I wouldn't do it, he was going to pull away, so I tried, but...
Well, it was a heck of a performance here, Tom. Go ahead and thank everybody. You got a big group behind supporting you and a new color here for 2022 for the full season.
Yeah, thanks to Kart Sport North America, Trinity, and Car Republic. Just big thanks to everyone, and Comet Engine.
Awesome stuff here. Thomas Neveau, our second place finisher. We'll bring up our race winner here, Alessandro DeTullio. Ale, I know you're probably not going to take a sigh of relief until post-race tech inspection is over, but that said, that was a pretty good performance, especially today. To come back after yesterday, I mean, that takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to put the laps together in a consistent race like today.
Yeah, I mean, it was redemption number 2, basically. Let's wait for tech, but yeah, it was a long race, definitely. We were battling in the beginning with Thomas. Turn 1 and 2 made it tricky because it was wet, and I was not expecting it, so I went on the water just the normal line, and then, yeah, he caught me, he passed me, battled or whatever, and then yeah, I was able to pull away, which was good.
And, you know, yesterday you followed Eduardo for a lot of the race, going by him with about 4 to go, and kind of more saved your stuff. Whereas today you were following Neveau. Morgado was actually catching you just a little bit, and then you decided to pull the trigger maybe halfway through. Did you know Morgado was coming? Did you get signals from the fence, or do you just feel like you had that much of a faster piece?
Yeah, the plan was to pull away with Neveau at the beginning, but once I saw he was dropping back and dropping us back into Morgado, I knew I had to pass him, and I knew I was going to have more pace because, you know, I just noticed that he was lacking a bit of pace towards the middle of the race.
Gotcha. Well, obviously we want to say congratulations here, Ale. Home turf, and like you said, redemption number 2, what should be the redemption. Hopefully this one sticks. I believe it will. Congratulations here, and who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank the whole Paralyn USA team, all my supporters, all my family, my friends that came and watch and support, BN Engines, yeah, everyone who supports me.
Awesome. Thank you, Ale. Congrats again.
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring on up Mateus Morgado. Mateus here, seems like the second day just a little bit short, you know. I'm sure that bites a little bit. Are we going to get to see you back in February?
I think so. I'll have to speak with Ariel and see what he decides for me. But as I said yesterday, always so nice to be here racing with everyone that I always raced, and always a good time.
Yeah, awesome stuff here. And today the pace was good. You know, you were catching the leaders for a little bit until Ally got by. Were you kind of hoping that they would duke it out a little bit and give you a chance?
I lost a lot of time in the beginning. Then when I was catching them, I saw they were pushing each other. But then Ale passed him, and I thought he would pass again and would start to fight. And I hoped I could arrive, but it was a bit hard today.
Yeah, well, it was still a great performance, obviously. Ariel is helping make your program work and getting you back out here. We're happy to see you back stateside racing again. That's really cool. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank God in first place, all AM engines team, Ariel for the excellent engines, and I would like to thank my parents, and that's all.
Awesome stuff. Congratulations, Mateus.
Thank you.
Diego Ramos was over here. Here's Diego. We haven't talked to you much here this weekend, buddy, but you know, the pace, you were kind of quiet this weekend. You know, pace was good, almost there, top 5 most of the weekend here. Talk to me about your weekend.
Yeah, my weekend was good, but we needed a 10, I think, for the leader. But I would like to say thank for my team for all the weekend, and I hope get better in the next. And I think it's that, but. Yeah.
We'll see. Obviously, it's got to be a lot of fun getting to race with your buddy from Brazil as well, Mateus Morgado. How much fun has it been getting to race him this weekend again?
Yeah, it's very fun. I always race with Mateus, and he's a good driver and is special, and he's a very fast, and yeah, that's it.
Well, we know English isn't the first language for either of you guys, so we appreciate talking to both of you. You guys put on a great show here. Congrats again on the top 5, Diego.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Hannah Greenemeyer finished outside to round off the top 5. Consistent couple results here, and again, kind of same story as yesterday. Just took a little bit to kind of get where you needed to be by the final. What do you think was the difference here that you needed today to be a little further towards the front?
I don't know. I'm still kind of puzzled with how today went. I thought we had good pace yesterday, and just somehow kind of went away from us. But I'm proud of the team. We worked really hard, and thank you to Bonner and Beanie for continuing to coach me and help me for the past however many years now. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to February.
Awesome. Well, it's still a couple consistent results. No DNFs, you know, still some decent results and decent results in the mains. 2 top 5s is a good way to start the championship.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my better starts. So, yeah, good championship points, and we'll go into February hoping to get some W's. But consistency wins championships. I've learned that now, so that's what I'm going to go for.
Awesome stuff. Well, congrats again, Hannah. 2 good finishes here to start your SKUSA Winter Series.
Thank you.
That was Hannah Greenemeyer here. Paulie Massimino. A couple of Pauls we'll talk to here before we sign off here for commercials and then come back later on this afternoon here with Podiums. Paulie, yesterday was a lot rougher, but, hey, you know, you stuck to it. Didn't flip. Top 10. Decent. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely a lot better than yesterday. Definitely not what I was expecting in this final. I feel like we had a pretty good start, and then kind of as we were going through the field, every time I passed someone, they kind of just moved me right back out of the way. So got put back a few spots, stayed positive, kept charging, got back up to, I think, like 6 or something like that. But no, definitely not the result I wanted. We actually had power this time against RPG, so that was pretty good. We'll keep pushing, and I don't know if I'll be back next month, but we'll rest up, build some better pieces, and be back.
Yeah, let's talk about it, too. We talked on the weekly podcast here about how different this was going to be, and nobody else of our regular crew and not a lot of people we've interviewed raced here this weekend with the no pushback bumpers. You raced with it. You mentioned you got moved out of the way. How was the racing now that we were all said and done, dust settled, the two main events?
Yeah, I feel like with the pushbacks, they were better for when people were just trying to go through the field, but as far as starts, I feel like it was better. When people are blocking and stuff like that, I feel like it's better. But the only thing that I kind of complain about is when someone gets dumped or someone moves someone, just a little better officiating would be great.
Well, Paulie, big program that makes your racing deal work. Again, you weren't even sure you were going to be down here this year for the SKUSA Winter Series. You're here. Who all made it happen for you?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Ryan Perry Motorsports, Zach, RPM Power, Offset, and Next Set. That's about it.
There you go. Congratulations here, Paulie. Top 10 result, didn't flip. Good day. decent. We'll see if we see you in February. If not, obviously we know you got a lot of events hopefully later this year.
We'll see.
There goes Paulie Massimino. Don't know when we'll see him, but we've got one more Paul here coming up. Paul Bocuse, talked to you before, and you walked away. I mentioned I couldn't wait till finally you're here. We're doing Kart Chasers things, and you're in senior, so we get to talk to you a whole lot more, just like back at USPKS Cooper Motorplex. You were up and down there through the edge of the top 10 this main event. Tell us about your race, man.
It was a really up and down main event. I felt like we were struggling all weekend to try to get, or not to get the pace, just the racing down. Felt like the pushback bumpers definitely don't help you during the racing, as it can get moved pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of rough racing. It was definitely elbows up. You were in line, I think, one time when Westover got knocked out of the way in turn 5 and lost like 5 spots. You know, I mean, it was up and down for a lot of people.
Yeah, especially in big groups. Like, as you said, Westover, he got knocked around a couple of times. I got knocked around yesterday in the main event. It's just really rough racing out there and without the pushback bumpers.
Yeah, and again, we'll see, right? I mean, the biggest thing is having a consistent group that starts to kind of get the code back. You know, we haven't had to lean on driver respect for a number of years with the pushbacks replacing that, and you kind of take that away. You know, that's definitely a big change for a lot of people and a lot of drivers. But a good top 10 result here as you look for a first full senior season. How excited are you for the year?
I'm really excited for my first senior season.
Awesome, Paul. Well, again, just like with everybody, it's a team effort here in racing. It's not just you behind the wheel. Who do you got to thank this week?
I'd like to thank my parents for bringing me here, whole team, Mike Rawlson, Ryan Norberg, my mechanic Quan. I'd like to thank just everyone who supports me, Offset, CeeLo, BRM Watches. That's it.
Awesome. Again, well, Paul Bocuse here. Congratulations, bud. Top 10 result here today.
Thank you.
All right, again, that was Paul Bocuse. We are going to continue to work our way around the racetrack here as the more teardown continues. We will be coming back with podiums before we sign off the live stream, so if you'd like to see those, stick with us, folks. Here again, that does it for our post-race interviews from X30 Pro. Again, my name's Xander Clemens. If you can't stick with us, thank you so much here for tuning into this live Kart Chaser broadcast. Make sure to like, comment, and share. And again, we'll come back after the commercial break with more action here with Podium Ceremonies led off, of course, by the voice of SKUSA, Rob Howden. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and/or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series Your Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. But if you do want to join our $10 per month subscription membership plan, and you join before we go live on Saturday, January 8th at AMR Motorplex in Homestead for our first event of the year, you'll be entered into a t-shirt giveaway for our limited edition Kart Chaser Miami t-shirt, the first of the city limited edition t-shirts we'll be doing this year. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Paralyn USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Paralyn Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalyNUSA.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and/or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot, and we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. But if you do want to join our $10 per month subscription membership plan, and you join before we go live on Saturday, January 8th at AMR Motorplex in Homestead for our first event of the year, you'll be entered into a t-shirt giveaway for our limited edition Kart Chaser Miami t-shirt, the first of the city limited edition t-shirts we'll be doing this year. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Matched Hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at Rev Performance Materials.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, about set to go here now with our podium presentations. I have 6 of the categories, and in fact, I believe we're probably about 13 minutes away from being clear on Masters and about 15 from Seniors, so we'll be able to go right through. Hopefully you guys are up here. We're getting set to go with the podium presentations. We'll start with the Micro Swift category. And again, this, of course, is live on Kart Chaser as well. Micro Swift brought to you by Trinity Karting Group. Finishing in 3rd place today, number 12, Benya Fernandez. Hop up on that 3rd place spot. We'll bring that trophy over for you, Benja. Well done. Finishing in the 2nd position, number 91, Rocco Simone. I remember days back when I actually used to do this for Rocco's dad as well. Good times, good times. The winner today, though, what a fantastic weekend. Fast lap of the race. He wins by 3.4 seconds. The winner in Micro Swift, Alessandro Truscio. Alessandro, congratulations. Getting rolling with our podium presentations for round 2 of this year's SuperKarts USA Winter Series. And again, the youngest drivers putting on the show today, Alessandro Truscio with the win, Rocco Simone in 2nd, and Benja Fernandez rounding out the top 3. Thanks, guys. Well done. We got the photos we need. Thank you so much for being so good throughout the weekend. We look forward to seeing you at the next one in February. We'll move to the KA100 Junior class that is presented by Team Bennick. Finishing in 3rd place today with fast lap of the race, number 803, Austin Jers. A couple of podiums for Austin and going to be in championship contention when we get back here in February. Fast lap of 104.419. Tough conditions for the drivers in this category. Finishing in 2nd, number 848, Luke Welcome. And again, tough conditions for all the drivers in this category. We'll see this driver up here more than once. Getting the win today in KA100 Junior, Stephen Miller. Good job, Stephen. Stephen Miller taking the victory. Luke Welcome 2nd. Luke put the pressure on over the final lap. It ended up being less than 0.2 of a second at the line, but Stephen able to hold on for the win. Luke Welcome in 2nd. And Austin Jers back on the podium, as I said, in 3rd. Great job, guys. So we'll move now into KA100 Senior. AM Engines, the sponsors of this class, finishing in 3rd spot. Back-to-back podiums this weekend, number 979, Aiden Rudolph. Coming home 3rd. Finishing in 2nd position in the KA100 category, number 922, Jeremy Fletcher. 1.323 seconds the advantage. He gets fast lap of the race as well. The winner, number 984, Carson Morgan. Run by Carson. Getting the win in the KA100 Senior class. Ken Johnson, we got Winneed from Studio 52. We got it, guys. Congratulations. Nice job this weekend. We'll go to Mini Swift up next here in the podium presentation. DNJ Intermodal Services, the sponsor of the class. Finishing in 3rd place, last year's Micro Swift champion, but 3rd place today, Keelan Harvick. Coming home in 3rd in Mini Swift. Keelan here. Don't see anybody rushing up to the podium. Coming home in 2nd spot, number 157, Kai Johnson. Good job for Kai. Strong race for Kai throughout that one. Fast lap goes to Sarah Bradley. They put the stickers on. If she had not got caught up in the incident in an opening lap, she may have been up front. Good job for Sarah. But the driver getting the win here, folks, today by 2.5 seconds, number 104, Oliver Weldon. Oliver not here? All right, looks like Oliver's not here. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, I see. I thought you meant Keelan. All right, well, there you go. Kai, you're by yourself. Congratulations, Kai. Oliver had to take off. We'll go to Pro Shifter now, the Pro Shifter drivers. Then we'll do Master Shifter. Finishing in third spot in the Shifter Kart category, number 288, Gianno Torino. Third in Pro Shifter. Gianno's just getting that suit up. There you go. Attaboy. Gianno Torino coming home in the third position. Qualified on pole today. Showed good speed all throughout the day. Finishing in second, number 203, Billy Musgrave. Fast lap of the race, a 46.820, and the race win, number 253, Alan Isambard. Great job for Alan. 0.8 of a second, the margin of victory. Isambard winning over Billy Musgrave and Gianno Torino. Nice job. Looking for some more shifters potentially coming in for the February weekend, so looking forward to it. We'll move, of course, into the Master Shifter class here next up. We'll move into the Master Shifter Kart category. And the shifter class is brought to you by PSL Karting and Hardin Motorsports Group. Finishing in third spot in the Masters class today, number 621, Ken Schilling. Winner yesterday, Ken Schilling third today. Coming home in second spot, number 605, Farshad Bagari. Where's Farshad? Not seeing him rush up here, so let's grab the driver with the win today. Really strong, running up with the pro driver. Skitchy Barnes getting the win in Master Shifter. Skitchy finishing 5th overall. Right in the middle of the fight there early on with some of the pro shifter guys after a great start from P4. Nice job, guys. Thank you so much for getting in here. We'll move to the X30 Junior category, brought to you by Speed Lab Racing Engines. And we're 4 minutes away from going X30 Master, so I may go a minute early. We'll see. Speed Lab Racing Engines, again, the sponsor of X30 Junior, as I said. Coming home in third spot, number 730, Brandon Carr. Good job, Brandon. Mateus Orjuela with fast lap of the race. Finished, I believe, in the 6th position. Brandon Carr coming home in third spot. Finishing in second, number 715, Aiden Ingrata. But again, we talked about this, Xander Clemens and I, on the Kart Chaser broadcast, about the fact that you want to make a statement and put yourself on the national scene and get your name out there. This is the way to do it. Win 2 races in junior. Put your hands together for the winner today, folks, Stephen Miller. Big day here at the Winter Series for Stephen Miller. Nice job for our junior drivers here today. Ken, we got what you need? We're good to go, guys. Come on down. Thank you so much. Let's head on into the X30 Masters class, brought to you by the Rawlson Performance Group. Coming home in third spot today, number 501, Mario Barrios. Third place in X30 Master today. Finishing in second with fast lap of the race, number 507, Michelle Garrido. This race was a lot of fun to watch. The battle at the end was exciting for sure. The driver who came through to get the victory put the hammer down and was able to get it done in the end. Winning an X30 Master, number 518, Danilo Ramalho. Danilo Ramalho scoring the victory today. Great job. Garrido in second, Barrios third. Looking forward to the Masters drivers coming back to do it again in the third and fourth rounds of this winter series. Farshad Bagari showing up here. Good to get him his trophy. Thank you so much. Guys, well done. A little spray happening here. Oh, down the back. That's not fun. X30 Senior presented by Group A Apparel. Let's get to it here right now. The driver coming home finishing in third spot, number 324, Thomas Navu. Trinity Karting Group driver coming home in third. Thomas around anywhere? Don't see him coming up. Thomas Navu, where are you? Here he comes. That's all right. Thomas Navu coming home in, as I said, finishing third today. What a great race it was up front. Fast lap of the race turned in by the driver who finished second, number 362, Mateus Morgato. And let's cap off the day's action with the driver who was able to get the race win here in the Pro X30 Senior race. Didn't get the victory yesterday because of a problem in tech. No issues today. A well-deserved victory. Put your hands together for Alessandro DeTulio. What a performance to run up front there for DeTulio. So much talent in this X30 Senior category. An absolutely stacked field of drivers, and Alessandro put on a great show here today for Parallel USA. Put a show on and worked his way forward. So impressive to be able to get that race win. 2.615 seconds, the margin of victory. Excellent drive. DeTulio, Morgato, and Naveau, the drivers on the front row, or rather on the podium here today. Great job. And folks, that caps things off from this year's SuperKarts USA Winter Series opening weekend here at Homestead. What a great day it's been. Kudos to all the guys from Kart Chaser for putting on a fantastic broadcast. Xander Clemens and his entire crew, tremendous job. We're done here, folks, from the podium. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you back here in February.